Chapter 33:43. Behave yourself if you don't want to return it to me. Yang Kai pointed at her. Fu Ling nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice, then asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, why did you come back?" She saw that Yang Kai was calm and composed. It was obvious that he had planned to come back, but why did he do this? He even left Zhu Qing behind. If she hadn't been guarding the entrance, she probably wouldn't have seen this scene. Suddenly, she felt a sense of joy as if she had discovered a big secret. She thought that if she used this to threaten Yang Kai, she wouldn't know. "I have my own plans. Why are you asking so much?" Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently and said solemnly, "Remember, you didn't see me today." Fu Ling blinked her big bright eyes. "But when you left, Sister Qing was also beside you." Yang Kai said, "You didn't see me coming back. Do you understand?" "Understood." Fu Ling nodded. Yang Kai grinned. "Be obedient, and you will have your own benefits. If you dare to leak the secret—" He snorted softly and made a hand sign with one hand. Fu Ling's face immediately changed, and she waved her hands. "Brother-in-law, don't worry, I will never betray you." Yang Kai nodded and flew up into the air, returning to the Dragon Palace along the same path. He wanted to go to the Dragon Palace Hall. His half a year of hard work can't be wasted. Fu Zhan, that lowly servant, went back on her words, "So don't blame me for being the same. As long as I can enter the Dragon Palace Hall, even if Fu Tin knows, she can't do anything to me. There are many dragon souls in the Dragon Palace Hall, so as long as I can enter the Dragon Palace Hall, I will be invincible." However, it wasn't convenient for Zhu Qing to know about this, so Yang Kai pretended to leave and returned. Thinking about Fu Si, Yang Kai was furious. He sneered in his heart. How could it be so easy to take advantage of him? Along the way, Yang Kai used his divine sense to sense his surroundings. At all times, he was careful to hide his aura and figure to avoid being discovered. Fortunately, there weren't many Dragon Race members. Every Dragon Race member had their own spiritual island. Usually, they would live in seclusion and cultivate. Therefore, the journey was peaceful and they didn't meet anyone. Yang Kai knew the direction of the Dragon Hall. After all, he had been there before. Although he had to go around some spiritual islands this time around, he was familiar with the route. For hours later, Yang Kai, who was flying forward, suddenly paused. Then, he turned around and flew to a nearby spiritual island. The moment he landed, he burrowed into a bush. At the same time, he activated the Nihility secret skill and banished himself into the void, concealing all his aura and vitality. Just as he finished doing this, Yang Kai, who was hiding in the void, saw a figure flying over his head. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. It was all because the person who flew over was none other than Fu Dun. Why didn't this lowly servant stay on the Ice Snow Island? Why did she come out? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Fortunately, he had been paying attention to the surroundings. Otherwise, he would have been caught by Fu Si. When Fu Si asked, how should he answer? That situation would be too awkward. Fu Si was a 10th Order giant dragon, an existence comparable to the Great Emperor's. Yang Kai wasn't sure if his concealment could hide from her, but since it had come to this, he could only try as a Hail Mary horse. His luck was really bad. He sneaked back and the first person he met was actually Fu Si. Even if he met other giant dragons, Yang Kai wouldn't be worried. Why did it have to be her? Furthermore, since he had sensed her presence, could she have already discovered him? Soon, Yang Kai found that he was worrying too much. Fu Si didn't discover him and directly flew over his head. But before he could rejoice, Fu Ti's figure suddenly stopped, and then he turned around and landed on the small island. Was I discovered? Yang Kai was a little worried for a while, thinking about how he should answer when Fu Si came over and asked him why he was hiding here secretly. I forgot about Emo Xiao Qi, so I came back to find her. This is a good excuse. But even so, why did I have to hide my aura and vitality like a thief? Isn't this just giving away 300 taels of silver? The sound of rustling footsteps could be heard approaching him. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, I can't avoid it. Anyway, I don't like her. At worst, I'll have a big fight and see who will win. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, because he found that Fu Xi's expression was very strange at the moment. Although the coldness on her face didn't decrease by much, it was shrouded in a thick sadness, as if she was sad about something. This cheap slut can be sad? Yang Kai almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Taking a closer look, he found that she was indeed very sad, and seemed to be a little absent-minded. She walked forward step by step, as if there was no soul left in her body, and she was just a walking corpse. No wonder she didn't discover me. Yang Kai's mind was clear. Logically speaking, even if he had banished himself into the void to hide, with Fu Xi's cultivation and strength, she should have been able to detect him. It was just that her current state was a little strange. She was obviously sad about something, causing her to be distracted, allowing him to escape by a fluke. Then the question was, what in the world could make the dragon race's second elder, a character comparable to the great emperors, so sad? Although Fu Xi's expression wasn't obvious, that kind of sadness was so dense that it was about to flow out. Just now, when she returned, it was obvious that she had flown over her head because she was absent-minded, so she turned around and landed on this small island. Could it be that the great elder is having an affair outside? Yang Kai maliciously guessed in his heart, and he felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Cheap slut, you also have such a day. Thinking about it, Yang Kai didn't dare to breathe loudly and even closed his eyes. Fu Xi was getting closer and closer to the place where he was hiding, and if he continued to stare at her, he might be exposed. The rustling footsteps gradually faded away, and in Yang Kai's perception, Fu Xi had entered a cave beside the mountain wall, and he didn't know what she was doing. Yang Kai didn't dare to act rashly in case his whereabouts were exposed, so he could only wait quietly. This wait actually lasted for a full 3 days. Yang Kai almost cursed 18 generations of Fu Xi's ancestors. This wasn't the Ice Snow Island, and he also didn't know why Fu Xi wanted to stay here for such a long time. It wasn't until 3 days later that he heard the sound of footsteps again. His expression shook, and he quietly looked up. Yang Kai was stunned. This. The scene in front of him almost made Yang Kai think that he was dreaming. Fu Xi, who walked out of the cave, had red and swollen eyes, obviously crying, and the time she cried was definitely not short. Otherwise, with her cultivation, she wouldn't cry until her eyes were swollen, and there were traces of tears on her cheeks. She no longer had the cold appearance from before, and instead looked weak and pitiful. Yang Kai was flabbergasted. A 10th-level giant dragon of the dragon race actually cried? And it was the second elder who was known for being cold and heartless. This is not Fu Xi. This is definitely not Fu Xi. What kind of monster are you? Yang Kai shouted in his heart, but the expression on his face was very interesting, as if he had seen through Fu Xi's secret and was secretly delighted. Yang Kai reckoned that if he jumped out now, he would definitely make Fu Xi lose all face, but she would probably not rest until he was dead. If he found a chance in the future to use this matter to mock her, he would let her go for now. Just as his thoughts were running wild, he saw Fu Xi turn around, and then said gently, "I will come and see you next time." Yang Kai was shocked. There was still someone in this cave? An extremely vicious thought suddenly appeared in his mind, and once this thought appeared, he couldn't suppress it no matter what. It can't be? It can't be? The second elder of the dragon race should, probably, not be cuckolding the great elder, right? But if it wasn't so, what did Fu Xi mean? An image couldn't help but appear in his mind. In this cave on this island, Fu Xi was raising a man, and then Fu Xi would occasionally run over to meet him in private. Thinking of this, he immediately felt that Zhu Yan's head was covered in green. He couldn't help but mourn for the great elder for 10 breaths of time. But this lowly servant was too rampant. Putting aside the fact that she raised a wild man on Dragon Island, she actually ran over to meet him in private for 3 whole days, and when she finally left, she was reluctant to part with him, with tears streaming down her face. But how could the great elder not know about this at all? Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. He could be considered to have truly seen the other side of Fu Xi. On the other side, Fu Xi turned back to take a few more glances at the cave. Then she steeled her heart and flew away. Only after she left for 2 hours did Yang Kai let out a light breath, dispelling the nihility secret technique. He looked at the direction she left, then looked at the cave on the other side, and an extremely strange expression appeared on his face. He had a toothache at this moment. He ran back just to barge into Dragon Palace Hall, who knew that he would encounter this kind of thing by coincidence, and was almost caught red-handed by Fu Si. If it was related to others, Yang Kai wouldn't be bothered. Other people could live however they wanted. Whether they were a slut or not, it had nothing to do with him. But since Fu Si had raised a wild man outside, Yang Kai felt that he might be able to make use of him. At the very least, he had to see who the person in the cave was. If he could capture him in his hands, would he be afraid that Fu Si wouldn't obediently submit? Thinking like this in his heart, Yang Kai immediately took action, quietly creeping towards the cave. Since Fu Si had taken a fancy to that person's cultivation shouldn't be too low, at least should be in the Emperor realm. As for how high, Yang Kai couldn't be sure, but it was best to be careful, so he tried to restrain his aura as much as possible, quietly sensing the situation over there while moving forward. Unexpectedly, he didn't sense any aura of life from the cave, which made him feel strange. There were undoubtedly only two possibilities for this situation. One was that there was no living thing in the cave at all. The second was that the person's cultivation was too high. With Yang Kai's ability, he couldn't detect it at all. To be continued. Chapter 33-44. The latter possibility was basically impossible. Yang Kai was now a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so unless the great emperors came in person, it was impossible for him to not notice. Could it be that his guess was wrong and there was no one in this cave? But if there was no one, what did Fu Tin mean before he left? Things were a little strange, but Yang Kai did not lower his guard. He was constantly perceiving his surroundings and soon arrived in front of the cave. It was dark inside the cave, with a corridor leading to the inside. It was unknown how far it went, but there was not the slightest bit of light inside. Yang Kai quietly stepped into it and explored it bit by bit. The corridor had many twists and turns, but the general direction was always downward. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai estimated that he was at least a few thousand meters underground before he suddenly noticed a ray of light in front of him. This made Yang Kai's expression brighten, and he carefully concealed his aura. Whether Fu Tin was keeping a wild man outside or not, he would be able to find out soon enough. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived at the source of the light. It was an underground cave, and it did not seem to be man-made, but natural. It was huge, about 1 or 2 acres in size. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai quickly glanced inside, but did not see anyone. Instead, there were many night pearls inlaid on the walls of the cave, each the size of a fist. They emitted a soft light, illuminating the entire cave. This cave was the end of the tunnel, and there was no other way to go forward. Yang Kai stood at the entrance of the cave, blinked, and shouted, "Is anyone here?" His voice reverberated, causing his eardrums to buzz. However, there was no response at all. "If there's no one, I'm coming in," Yang Kai said as he stepped into the cave. He looked around and suddenly had a strange expression, rubbing his chin and muttering to himself, "No one? What the hell?" The situation in the cave was clear at a glance. Except for the night pearls inlaid on the walls emitting soft light, there was nothing else noteworthy. Not to mention a living person, there was not even a corpse. But since there was no one here, then who did Fu Tin say those words to? Is there something wrong with the old witch's mind? Although the possibility wasn't high, it couldn't be ruled out. After all, he didn't know much about Fu Ti. He only knew that this lowly servant's cultivation was peerless. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be her opponent unless he could borrow the power of the Dragon Vein and the Dragon Palace Hall. Since there was no one in the cave, Yang Kai didn't need to hide anymore. He simply put his hands behind his back and swaggered into the cave. There was still a faint fragrance left in the cave. It was Fu Tian's body fragrance, proving that she had indeed come here before and stayed here for 3 days before leaving. Otherwise, this fragrance wouldn't have lasted until now. As he walked, Yang Kai suddenly looked to the side. There were a few crystal-clear things that looked like solidified water droplets on the ground. Dragon Tear Pearl. This thing was formed from the tears of a giant dragon. It could be used to refine a special kind of spirit pill. Thinking back to Fu Tin's red and swollen eyes before she left, Yang Kai immediately understood that these dragon tear pearls should be left behind by Fu Tin. She definitely cried for a long time in that situation and shed a lot of tears. However, she probably kept most of the dragon tear pearls herself. The remaining few might have been left behind. There weren't many left behind. There were only a dozen or so of them scattered around a black stone. He rubbed his chin, and a scene immediately appeared in his mind. Fu Tian should be standing beside this black rock, feeling sad, quietly crying, and even wailing. Why would she cry to a stone? Yang Kai sneered. Just as he thought nothing of it, his expression suddenly changed. He seriously sized up the stone. Previously, he didn't pay much attention to it. After noticing that there was no living person in the cave, he just casually took a few glances. Now that he took a closer look, he realized that this stone was a little strange. It was as tall as a person and oval-shaped. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this stone looked like an egg. A stone that looked like an egg. Is this a fucking dragon egg? This thought involuntarily popped up in his mind. Yang Kai was startled. Only then did he open his eyes wide and size up the strange stone. Speaking of which, he also didn't know how the dragon race was born. Was it directly born from a female dragon, or was it hatched from a dragon egg? No one had told him about this matter, but he had heard of the term dragon egg. This couldn't really be a dragon egg, right? Thinking about it carefully, there was really such a possibility. Snakes were oviparous, so dragons should also be oviparous. Fu Tin came here and stayed for 3 days. She even cried to a suspected dragon egg. This, could it be Fu Tin and the Great Elder's dragon egg? Oh my god. Yang Kai was flabbergasted. He was shocked by his own thoughts. If that was really the case, then he had found something incredible. This was the dragon egg of 2 10th-rank dragons. Inheriting the bloodline of 2 10th-rank dragons, it was destined to be the future pillar and hope of Dragon Island. But if this was really the dragon egg of those two, why would it be placed here, and not placed in Greenwood Island or Snow Ice Island? Snow Ice Island was fine. The world was cold and ice element law was everywhere. Perhaps it wasn't suitable to place a dragon egg and let it hatch. But Greenwood Island was very good. Why didn't they place it on the Cinewood Island? Why did they place it here? Yang Kai frowned. He stretched out his hand and knocked on it. Immediately, the sound of knocking echoed in the cave. It was as if he was knocking on a stone. Yang Kai couldn't help but scratch his head. Was this a dragon egg or a stone? He couldn't be sure. Mainly, if this was a dragon egg, why didn't it have any vitality? Could it be a bad egg? Placing his palm on its surface, Yang Kai closed his eyes and sensed it. In the next instant, he concluded that this wasn't a stone. Because although this thing looked no different from a stone on the surface, its interior wasn't made of stone. Instead, it existed in an extremely peculiar form. This was really a fucking dragon egg. And it was a bad egg. Yang Kai finally understood why Fu Sui came here absent-mindedly, and then cried so sadly. Before she left, she even said those words. This should be the dragon egg she gave birth to. Unfortunately, for some reason, it didn't hatch. Instead, its vitality was cut off. To any mother, this was probably something hard to accept, especially since Fu Sui was a dragon race. It was too difficult for a dragon race to give birth to a child. It was rare to see a glimmer of hope, but unexpectedly, it turned into a kind of despair. She placed her dragon egg here. Every few days, she would come over to take a look. After taking a look, she would cry bitterly. This time, Yang Kai happened to see her. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. No matter how unreasonable Fu Sui appeared in front of outsiders, no matter how cold and resolute she was still a woman in the end. The dragon tears and red and swollen eyes left here all indicated the regret and desire for a child in her heart. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he seemed to have seen the other side of Fu Sui. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He stared at the dragon egg in front of him, because in that instant, he seemed to have felt a weak vibration coming from the dragon egg. But his mood was fluctuating just now, and he didn't feel it clearly. He didn't know if it was his imagination. It should be his imagination. After all, this bad egg was placed here. which meant that Zhu Yin and Fu Sui had already lost confidence in it. Otherwise, they would definitely take care of it carefully. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, another weak vibration came. Yang Kai's eyes widened in an instant. This dragon egg still had vitality? Because when the vibration came, he did sense an extremely weak life force rippling out. But if it had vitality, why would it be abandoned by Zhu Yin and Fu Sui? After carefully feeling it for a long time, Yang Kai finally determined that it did still have some faint vitality, but that was it. Withdrawing his hand, Yang Kai looked at the dragon egg in front of him and sighed. Zhu Yin and Fu Sui must have also known this, but they were powerless to reverse the situation, otherwise they would not have abandoned it. With a long sigh, Yang Kai said, "Your father and mother can't control you, so I can't do anything." Reaching out and patting the dragon egg, he turned and walked out. Since there was no wild man here, there was naturally no need to stay here any longer. Although he had discovered one of Fu Sui's secrets by chance, it wasn't good to use it to threaten him. A mother's care, and regret for her child was nothing to threaten. Going straight out of the cave, Yang Kai flew up and flew towards the dragon temple. After a while, his figure suddenly paused as he touched his chin and rolled his eyes, seemingly thinking of something. Immediately afterwards, he turned around and returned to the cave, put away the dragon egg directly, and stuffed it into the sealed world bead. Leaving the cave again, Yang Kai did not fly towards the dragon temple, but instead flew towards the entrance. Fu Ling was not at the entrance, so Yang Kai wandered around for a long time before finding her in a clear lake less than 30 kilometers away from the entrance. Fu Ling was bathing. Her purple robes were placed on the shore, and she looked like a fish swimming in the lake. Yang Kai's sudden arrival startled her, and she looked up resentfully. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. The lake water was clear, and Fu Ling was completely naked. Although it was unintentional, at a glance, it was clear that she had a full chest, a graceful waist, and a round buttocks. Although the rippling water caused her figure to be slightly distorted, it still couldn't conceal her peerless charm. "I have something to ask you." Yang Kai did not avoid arousing suspicion and looked down at her condescendingly. Fu Ling used her hands and feet to swim to a rock in the middle of the lake and climbed up with both hands, revealing most of her smooth back, swinging in a breathtaking arc as she looked up and smiled. "What does brother-in-law want to ask?" Yang Kai landed on the rock, squatted down, and touched his chin. "Did the second elder give birth to a child?" Fu Ling blinked and asked curiously, "How do you know this?" "She really did." To be continued. Chapter 33:45. You don't need to know how I know, just answer my question first. Yang Kai looked down at her. Fu Ling thought for a while and said, "It happened many years ago, but the second elder did give birth to a child." "And the result?" Fu Ling said sadly, "The result seems to be that the source was insufficient, so the child failed to hatch and died in the womb." "Insufficient source?" Yang Kai frowned. What kind of explanation was this? Fu Ling said, "Although our dragon race is blessed by the heavens and has powerful cultivation and strength from birth, since we are divine spirits, we rely on our source to survive. Every dragon race has its own source of dragon race, and it is the same for new members. If the source is insufficient, they will not be able to be born. Speaking of which, this matter is quite strange. The Great Elder and the Second Elder are both 10th Order dragons, so logically speaking, it is impossible for their children to have insufficient source, but this matter happened just like that." "There is such a thing." Yang Kai showed a thoughtful expression, then suddenly sneered and said, "It must be that slut who did too many bad things, so the heavens punished her. As the saying goes, the heavens will reincarnate, who will the heavens spare?" "Slut? Slut?" Fu Ling looked at him in surprise. "Brother-in-law, you can't be talking about the second elder, right? Who else could it be besides that slut?" Yang Kai's nose was not his nose and his eyes were not his eyes. Fu Ling slowly withdrew her body back into the water, only revealing half of her head as she looked at Yang Kai timidly. For the first time, she found that Yang Kai's courage was not ordinary. If the second elder heard what he said just now, it would be terrible. What she didn't know was that Yang Kai had already cursed her in front of Fu Si. So what was a few words behind her back? After hesitating for a moment, she said softly, in fact, before this matter, although the second elder's personality was a bit cold, her temper was not so bad. After this matter, she changed a lot. HM? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, so this matter was a big blow to her. Very, very big. Fu Ling nodded. She and the great elder finally had a child, but because of insufficient origin, the child died in the womb. You can imagine the impact it had on her. Since then, she seemed to have especially hoped that there would be new members of the dragon race. That's why she decided to betroth Sister Qing to Fu Qi. You can't do it yourself, so you're counting on others? What a pervert. Yang Kai curled his lips. I also heard that if the child of Martial Beast and Third Elder was a pure-blooded dragon race descendant, Second Elder wouldn't have pursued the matter, but that Emo Shao-Chi didn't have the slightest bit of dragon race bloodline, which angered Second Elder and banished Third Elder to the Dragon Tomb. Yang Kai didn't want to listen to this. He just asked, what happened next? What later? Fu Ling looked at him strangely. Second Elder gave birth to a bad egg. What happened after that? Fu Ling smiled bitterly. What later? After many years of hard work, that dragon egg showed no signs of hatching, so naturally, there was no hope. Because of this, Great Elder also felt very guilty towards Second Elder, so he had been tolerating her all these years. Brother-in-law, why are you asking this? I'm just asking casually, nothing serious. Yang Kai waved his hand. You can continue, just pretend I never came. Saying so, his body flickered, and he flew out again, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Fu Ling stared in the direction he left in annoyance, stretched out his hand, and slapped the water surface, causing countless splashes, and gritted his teeth. Stinky man. He turned around and swam in the lake again. That thing was really Fu Tian and Zhu Yan's dragon egg. Yang Kai galloped all the way, his mood fluctuating. Perhaps this is a breakthrough. On a messy island, there were traces of a great battle everywhere, and a glorious palace had already been reduced to ruins. This island was the spiritual island of the 8th rank Thunder Dragon, Fu Qi back then. Yang Kai had also come here. Countless cultivators were escorted to this place to build a palace for Fu Qi after a great battle. This place was completely destroyed, and the glorious palace had also turned into a cloud of smoke. Yang Kai flew down, casually found a palace that was still intact, and walked in. After cleaning up the surroundings, he waved his hand, and that black bad egg appeared in front of him. Rubbing his chin, Yang Kai circled around this bad egg a few times, and a resolute expression flashed past his eyes. Right at this moment, a figure flew over from afar, and directly landed beside Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Young master," and Yang Kai didn't mind and only nodded lightly. On the way here, he had already sent a message to Qiongqi, asking him to come over. Previously, Qiongqi had been wandering around the Dragon Island, and Yang Kai didn't inform him when he pretended to leave. In any case, he still had to come back. Only now did he call him over. 2 heads were better than 1. This old man had lived for quite a long time, and there were many times when he could ask for advice. Young master called me over. I wonder why. Hiss. Before Qiongqi could finish his words, he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and stared at that black bad egg with his eyes wide open. He cried out in surprise, This. What is this? Straighten your tongue before you speak." Yang Kai gave him a sidelong glance. Qiongqi swallowed his saliva and said, "Young master, this is a dragon egg?" The last 2 words were said in an extremely soft voice, as if he was afraid that someone would hear it. Old Xiong's eyesight is not bad. You can tell at a glance that this is a dragon egg. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up and gave him a thumbs up. Previously, he had checked carefully before he was able to confirm it, but Qiongqi could tell at a glance. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Qiongqi's expression became brilliant and varied. "Young master, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. If you have something to say, then say it. If you have something to fart, then fart. You have a ferocious look on your face, yet you are pretending to be refined. Aren't you tired?" Xiongqi's face turned black, but he still said seriously, although I don't know where young master stole this dragon egg from, it's better to quickly put it back. If by any chance the dragon race discovers it, then it will be over. How can you be sure that I stole it? Yang Kai gave him a sidelong glance. If you didn't steal it, could it be that you gave birth to it? Xiongqi cursed in his heart, although I am old, my mind is not muddled. Then may I ask, young master, what is the origin of this dragon egg? I picked it up, Yang Kai said in all seriousness. It would be strange if I believed you. This is Dragon Island, and a dragon egg appeared in front of me, and you actually told me that you picked it up. Enough nonsense, I didn't call you over to talk to me about this. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him from speaking. This young master has something to ask you, and I hope you can tell me everything you know. Xiongqi was full of worries. Is it related to this dragon egg? That's right. Xiongqi let out a long sigh, feeling as if he was dragged into a fire pit by Yang Kai, and he regretted it very much. If he had known this would happen, he would have returned to Spirit Beast Island with Jufeng and Li Wui. Although his freedom would be somewhat restricted if he went to Spirit Beast Island, he definitely wouldn't have encountered this kind of situation. Now that he had acknowledged this guy as his young master, there wasn't a day that he didn't have to worry about. Not only did he come to Dragon Island to flaunt his prowess, he even stole a dragon egg. If this matter was known by the dragon race, he and his servant would probably be torn into pieces. I won't hide it from you. This is the dragon egg of the dragon race's great elder and second elder. As soon as Yang Kai said this, Xiongqi's expression suddenly twitched. Just one dragon egg was already a big deal, and this was actually the dragon egg of the dragon race's great elder and second elder. What are you trying to do? Even if you want to die, you don't have to use this method. Moreover, since it was the dragon egg of the two elders, why was it stolen? Xiongqi was somewhat puzzled. They said that this dragon egg is dead, but I don't believe it. Yang Kai shook his head. This is a dead egg? Xiongqi was shocked. Yang Kai shrugged and said, that's what they all said. Who? Xiongqi asked. Don't worry about it. They are wrong anyway. Although this dragon egg's vitality is a bit weak, there is still a glimmer of hope. As Yang Kai said this, he pressed his hand on the dragon egg and tilted his head at Xiongqi. Come over here and feel it. Xiongqi's curiosity was piqued, and he really did come over and put his hand on the dragon egg, carefully feeling it. Since the dragon race has already determined that this is a dead egg, why do you say that it still has vitality? How is it? Do you feel it? There is a faint trace of vitality pulsing from time to time. Yang Kai looked at Xiongqi with a smile of exultation. Xiongqi looked back at him with a strange expression, and then slowly shook his head. He didn't feel anything. Yang Kai said in disappointment, examine it carefully. Xiongqi had no choice but to use his heart to feel it. Look, it's here again, Yang Kai suddenly said. Xiongqi's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He really wanted to ask if he was playing with him. How could there be any signs of life? He could sense that the inside of the dragon egg was completely withered. It couldn't be any more dead. But looking at Yang Kai's confident expression, it didn't seem like he was lying, so there was no need for that. He was embarrassed to admit that he didn't feel anything. Wouldn't that mean that he was inferior to him? He quickly nodded and said, not bad, not bad. There is indeed a little fluctuation. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and laughed. You also felt it, right? But since it still has a glimmer of vitality, why did the dragon race say that it is a dead egg? Xiongqi rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Maybe the vitality is too weak? Yang Kai nodded and said, that is a reasonable explanation. Since it was the dragon race, its vitality must be extremely strong. Such a weak vitality was almost equivalent to nothing. What plans does young master have? Xiongqi asked. Yang Kai showing such interest in a dead egg was really not a good sign. Xiongqi couldn't help but feel worried. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said seriously, I want to hatch it. What? Xiongqi looked at him dumbfoundedly. I want to hatch it, Yang Kai reiterated. Xiongqi's mouth twitched. He wanted to persuade him, but after thinking about it, he still said, then what is young master's goal? Naturally, it is to use this to threaten and restrain that bitch Fu Si. Yang Kai sneered, his face shrouded in a scheming light. This is her and Zhu Yan's child. If it is hatched in my hands, do you think she won't be obedient in the future? At that time, if I want her to kneel, she will kneel. If I want her to stand, she will stand. Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly, and Xiongqi's heart sank. To be continued. Chapter 3346. On the broken spiritual island, Xiongqi tried his best to persuade Yang Kai to put the dragon egg back to where it came from. Who knew that not only did Yang Kai not listen, he even scolded him harshly. Xiongqi was helpless and could only accept his fate. Old Xiong, I called you here for no other reason than to ask you how to hatch it. Yang Kai looked at Xiongqi solemnly. Xiongqi thought to himself, you ask me, but who should I ask? Although I'm a holy spirit and have lived for countless years, I'm not a dragon race after all. Who knows how to hatch a dragon egg? But if he said this, he might be scolded again. He could only say, maybe, hatch it like other species? Like this? Yang Kai rushed over and hugged the dragon egg with both hands. He looked back at Xiongqi and said with a black face without waiting for his answer, don't you think this is very stupid? This dragon egg was as tall as a person. Yang Kai couldn't wrap his arms around it. It looked really stupid. He thought about it and leaped again, flying to the top of the dragon egg and sitting down. He twisted his body and looked down at Xiongqi. How about this? Xiongqi's mouth twitched. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, no need to say more, I know. He must be stupid too. Sliding down from the dragon egg, Yang Kai said, hatching it is definitely not a simple matter. If it's really like this, Zhu Yin and Fu Shun would have succeeded a long time ago. Why would they give it up? Old Xiong, think about it carefully. You're the flowing time great emperor. You're not just a decoration, right? Xiongqi sighed and said, I'm really powerless in this matter. It's mainly up to you, young master. Yang Kai pulled a long face and said, if I have this ability, why would I call you over? Xiongqi said, actually, this old man feels that young master should know. Should know? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Why should I know? Xiongqi smiled. Young master, you possess the dragon race's origin after all. As long as it concerns the dragon race, everything is instinctive, including how to hatch dragon eggs. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he heard this. He felt that these words made a lot of sense. The reason why holy spirits were born with powerful cultivation and strength, and why they could inherit the cultivation experience and memories of their ancestors was because everything was sealed in the source. As long as the opportunity was right and the strength was sufficient, the precious wealth contained in the source would be unsealed in an endless stream. The reason why Yang Kai was able to help Li Jiao obtain the Dragon Clan's secret technique that was not suppressed by his bloodline was because his dragon transformation art had improved, and he had comprehended it from the Dragon Clan source. Since he could comprehend the secret technique, there was no reason why he couldn't understand how to hatch a dragon egg. Not bad, not bad. What you said is very good. Yang Kai suddenly felt like the clouds had cleared and the moon was shining brightly. He began to think seriously. After a long while, he raised his head and said, Old Xiong, guard the surroundings. If anyone approaches this place, inform me immediately. Speaking of which, if he hid in the sealed world bead to hatch the dragon egg, it would be absolutely safe. He only needed to hide the sealed world bead somewhere, and it would be impossible for anyone to discover him. But this was Dragon Island, the habitat of the dragon race. So Yang Kai instinctively felt that hatching the dragon egg on Dragon Island was the best way. If he hid in the sealed world bead, he should be missing something. This instinct made Kai Yang deeply believe in it. Yes. Xiongqi received the order and immediately flew out to guard the surroundings. Yang Kai circled the dragon egg a few times and reached out to pat it. For you, I've put in a lot of effort. You have to work hard. If you can really hatch it, then it's your good fortune and your life isn't destined to end. If you can't hatch it, then it's fate. Don't blame the heavens and others. Saying so, Yang Kai took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged next to the dragon egg, emptied his body and mind, and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea, silently sensing the golden divine dragon source in his body. He needed to pry into the hatching method from this source. For a while, it was quiet. Only Yang Kai's deep breath could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, Xiongqi, who was standing guard outside the spirit island, suddenly heard a high-pitched dragon roar. Attracted by this sound, he quickly turned his head and saw that Yang Kai had transformed into a 3.5-meter-long dragon body with 2 ferocious horns on his head. His exposed skin was covered in dragon scales, and his whole body was shining with a dazzling golden light. A dragon tail could be seen, moving back and forth behind him, stirring up clouds of dust. Xiongqi's expression was a little strange, because he found that Yang Kai's state was obviously very strange at the moment. The dragon transformation art he was using seemed to be unconsciously, and his whole person had fallen into a kind of ethereal state. Puff, 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 visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai lay down on his side, curled up his body, and rolled up his dragon tail, protecting the dragon egg in his arms. Was he really going to hatch it like this? Xiongqi was dumbfounded, but the dragon egg was clearly lifeless. Even if that was the case, what was the point? He shook his head and sighed. He didn't understand why Yang Kai was so concerned about this. After all, so what if it really hatched? That was the son of Zhu Yin and Fu Tin. What did it have to do with you? Yang Kai himself didn't know why, but when he left the cave, a voice kept echoing in his heart, forcing him to try to hatch the egg. The so-called use of this to threaten and restrain Fu Ti was just a secondary matter. It was a kind of instinctive reaction, a kind of call from the golden divine dragon's source. Time passed bit by bit, and Xiongqi guarded outside the spirit island, not leaving it at all. Fortunately, the dragon race was rare, and not many people would pass by here, so it had been peaceful for the past few days. Occasionally, he would look at the situation on Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep at this moment, and Xiongqi even wondered if he could wake him up even if he called him. He maintained that posture, wrapping the dragon egg with his body. From a distance, it was like a real dragon was sleeping, and the dragon pressure he exuded was something even Fu Tin and Zhu Yin couldn't compare to. 2 months passed in a flash, and on this day, Xiongqi was looking at the setting sun when he suddenly sensed something behind him. When he turned his head, he was startled. Yang Kai stood up, and his eyes had opened at some unknown time. His eyes were blooming with a terrifying golden light, like 2 small burning suns, making it impossible to look straight at them. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of golden blood. The golden blood sprayed out and sprinkled over the black dragon egg, dyeing it golden yellow. Xiongqi's eyelids twitched when he saw this. What was he doing? After 2 months of observation, he was certain that Yang Kai had discovered the method of incubation from the dragon race's source, but he had never heard that the dragon race's incubation method needed to be done in such a manner. Wasn't this self-mutilating? However, in the next moment, his expression turned to one of surprise, because the dragon egg was actually absorbing Yang Kai's golden blood. The golden blood that was sprayed on the eggshell merged into it at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in less than a cup of tea's time, it became black again. Yang Kai lowered his body and went back to sleep. Xiongqi revealed a look of amazement, thinking, could the dragon egg really be saved? If the dragon egg was dead, there was no reason for it to absorb Yang Kai's golden blood. However, he had clearly checked before, and there was no sign of life. What was going on? Puzzled, Xiongqi began to observe more and more carefully. From that day onwards, Yang Kai would wake up every 35 days. Although it was not accurate to say that he woke up, because at that time, although Yang Kai's eyes were open, it seemed that the only thing in his eyes was the dragon egg, nothing else. After spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, he would fall asleep again. Every time he spat out a mouthful of golden blood, it would be absorbed by the dragon egg in a very short time, and then there was no then. This situation lasted for 3 months until one day, Xiongqi felt a faint life aura from the dragon egg, like a candle flame in a storm that could be extinguished at any time. But it was a real life aura. There really was hope. Xiongqi was shocked. So, what Yang Kai said before about the dragon egg still having life aura was true, but why didn't he feel it at that time? Was it because Yang Kai possessed the dragon race's origin? In the following month, the life aura coming from the dragon egg became more and more exuberant, giving off the feeling that the dragon race inside could break out of its shell at any time. But this was not the only change. On the surface of the black dragon egg, strange lines began to appear. At first glance, they looked like patterns, but at the same time, they were inexplicably mysterious. These lines glowed brightly and flickered, each time exuding an extremely powerful aura. Chonchi had no doubt that if the little one inside this dragon egg was really born, it would definitely shock the entire dragon race. Thinking about it, this was the child of Zhu Yin and Fu Tin, the descendant of two 10th Order dragons, so how could its starting point be any worse? But could it really be born? Although this had nothing to do with him, with how things had developed, Chonchi could not help feeling a little nervous and expectant. Every day, he stared at Yang Kai and the dragon egg without blinking. Greenwood Island, Zhu Yan's resting place. A white light flashed, and Fu Tin flew over and landed in front of Zhu Yan. Looking at him quietly, Zhu Yan was just like when Yang Kai first saw him, standing under the huge tree and concentrating on cultivating. Sensing Fu Tin's aura, he opened his eyes and saw Fu Tin pursing her red lips, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped. He couldn't help but chuckle. "You're here?" Although they were an old couple, the two of them usually stayed on their own spiritual islands. In the early years, Fu Tin would occasionally come here, but ever since that incident, Fu Tin had never come here again. "What's the matter?" Zhu Yin stopped cultivating and walked in front of her with his hands behind his back. Fu Tin's eyes flickered, and she turned her head to the side. "There's something." Zhu Yin couldn't help but show a surprised expression. This was the first time he saw Fu Tin like this, so why did she look like she had a guilty conscience? He chuckled. "Just say it. You and I are not outsiders." Chapter 33:47. Even though the matter was a little hard to talk about, Fu Tin was not an indecisive person. So after a slight hesitation, he said, "I want to talk to you about Lin." Hearing this name, Zhu Yin frowned and sighed. "It's been so many years, you still haven't let it go." Fu Tin stared at him. "You've let it go?" Zhu Yin said. "So what if I can't let it go? Things are already like this. We have to look forward. We can't always stare at the holes under our feet." Fu Tin shook his head. "I just can't accept it. You and I are both rank 10 bloodline. Why did Lin not inherit enough origin energy? Whose problem is it?" Zhu Yin smiled bitterly. "So what if he's rank 10? The continuation of the dragon race's bloodline is difficult to begin with. Are there few examples like this in the past?" After a moment of thought, he said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let bygones be bygones." Fu Tin still shook his head. Zhu Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Then what do you want?" Fu Tin lowered his head and said, "I always felt that Lin is not dead. There will be a day when he sees the light of day again. He's already in the dragon tomb." Zhu Yin put his hand on Fu Tin's shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't think about this in the future." Fu Tin lowered his head even more and said in a low voice, "Lin is not in the dragon tomb." Zhu Yin was stunned. He looked at him with a strange expression. "What do you mean?" "Lin is not in the dragon tomb," Fu Tin repeated, then raised his head and looked straight into Zhu Yan's eyes. "He's on Dragon Island?" Zhu Yan's eyes widened. He said in surprise, "You're saying that you didn't put Lin in the dragon tomb back then?" In the past, it wasn't the first time that the dragon eggs had necrotized. Every time this happened, the necrotized dragon eggs would be placed in the dragon tomb. Zhu Yan didn't expect Fu Tin to break this rule. It was impossible. Anyone on Dragon Island would break the rules, but not Fu Tin. "Yes." Fu Tin nodded. Zhu Yan's face sank and he shouted in a low voice, "Fool! If the other clansmen find out about this, where will your face go?" Using the clan's rules to restrict the other clansmen, and then breaking it himself, this was absolutely intolerable. Fu Si didn't say anything. Clearly, he knew that he was in the wrong, but that was a mother's remembrance for her son. So what if he was in the wrong? "Where did you put him?" Zhu Yin was both angry and amused. He actually didn't know about this matter. No wonder she didn't let him go to the dragon's tomb back then. It turned out that she had already planned to make a false move. It was funny that he had been kept in the dark by her. Fu Shi looked at him warily and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Zhu Yin opened his mouth. "What do you think I can do? You are not allowed to put Lin into the dragon tomb." Fu Ti gritted his teeth and said. Zhu Yin said angrily, Now that things have come to this, do you still refuse to realize your error? Lin there is already no hope. Why do you still want to put him somewhere else? The dragon's tomb is the resting place of our dragon race. Fu Ti's lips curled into a cold smile. I knew I shouldn't have told you this. She turned and left after saying that. Zhu Yin grabbed her arm. Let go. Fu Ti turned back and stared at him coldly. Zhu Yan's heart shuddered. He realized that this woman was truly angry. If he forcefully stopped her, he might anger her. He could only let go of her hand and said, Calm down first. I am very calm. Zhu Yan's mouth twitched. He pondered for a moment and said, Since you have hidden this from me for so many years, why did you suddenly come to tell me today? This was exactly what Zhu Yan found strange. This woman and he knew each other very well, so she should know what the outcome would be if she told him about this matter. Yet, she took the initiative to come over and confess to him. Clearly, it was a little unreasonable. Fu Ti pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't know. You don't know? Zhu Yin was dumbfounded. Fu Ti took a deep breath and said, I don't know why, but I have been feeling uneasy these days. I keep feeling like something is going to happen. Something to do with Lin? Zhu Yin frowned. That's right. Fu Ti nodded gently. So I want you to come with me to see Lin. Sure. Zhu Yin readily agreed. Fu Ti said, But seeing your attitude just now, I changed my mind. Zhu Yin smiled bitterly. Don't worry, you can decide for Lin. If you don't want to, this old master will not force you to put him in the dragon's tomb. This was the only thing he could say. If he did not express this attitude, this woman would definitely not take him to see Lin. The current plan was to determine where Lin was first and then deal with the rest later. Really? Fu Ti's eyes flashed with surprise. The coldness melted away, revealing a rare touch of gentleness. Really? Zhu Yin nodded seriously. Fu Ti smiled faintly and gestured with her hand. Then come with me. While speaking, she had already taken the lead to fly out. Zhu Yin did not immediately follow, but stayed in a daze for a while. The main reason was that they hadn't seen Fu Tin smile for many, many years. That instant smile almost made the entire world dim. Thinking back to those days, even though Fu Tin didn't like to smile, she would still smile occasionally. However, ever since Lin's incident, the smile completely disappeared from this woman's face. No matter who it was, no matter what, she would always have an expression of an iceberg that would never melt. All the dragons on the Dragon Island were afraid of her. Why bother? Zhu Yin sighed in his heart and followed after her. On a nameless island, the two great elders of the dragon race arrived together. Zhu Yin was shocked. You placed Lin here? Fu Ti pointed to the front and said, That's right, there's a natural cave there. It's very well hidden. If you don't look for it intentionally, you won't find it. Lin has been staying there all these years. Zhu Yin couldn't help admiring this woman's courage. This was not a place that no one had passed by. There were even 2 spiritual islands nearby. As expected, the most dangerous place was the safest place. For no one to discover the secret inside all these years, it was really fortunate. Following behind Fu Tin, the 2 of them entered the cave with ease, winding their way downwards. Zhu Yin could feel that Fu Ti's mood seemed to have become a little perturbed. Because she had become more talkative, he could also understand. Wasn't he the same? Although Lin no longer had any hope, it was also good to be able to take another look. In anticipation and nervousness, the 2 of them arrived at the innermost karst cave. The gentle light of the night pearl illuminated the entire karst cave. Fu Ti suddenly stood on the spot in a daze. Her gaze was fixed at a certain place, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Zhu Yin looked around the karst cave and frowned. Where's Lin? There was nothing in the karst cave. So where was Lin? Turning his head to look, he suddenly realized that Fu Ti's expression was not right. He suddenly realized something and his heart skipped a beat. Right at this moment, Fu Ti took a few steps forward and came to the place where the dragon egg was placed. She looked around blankly for a moment before raising her head to look at Zhu Yin. Her eyes turned red and tears flowed down. Lin is gone. Zhu Yin asked solemnly, Are you sure you placed Lin here? Fu Ti replied with lifeless eyes. He has always been here. I even came to see him half a year ago. He has always been here. She was shocked and her eyes became incomparably cold. Killing intent lingered as she gritted her teeth. Who stole him? Zhu Yin frowned. If that's the case, it must be done by one of the clansmen. There are only so many clansmen. It won't be hard to find out. Fu Ti said coldly, if I find out who did it, I won't let him off. Zhu Yin jumped in shock and hurriedly said, maybe it was just an accident. Don't say such things first. When we find out, we'll ask him to return it. It's not good to spread this matter around. That's right, that's right. Fu Ti nodded when she heard that. She looked at Zhu Yin and said, go and investigate. Quickly investigate and ask him to quickly send Lin back. Looking at her, Zhu Yin was speechless. It was also the first time he had seen such a weak and helpless Fu Ti. He finally realized the position of Lin in her heart. No wonder she said that she had been feeling uneasy before. So something had really happened. When one's cultivation had reached such a level, there were many things that could be sensed by the unseen world. It was extremely mysterious. What are you still in a daze for? Quickly investigate. Fu Ti stomped her feet and urged. Zhu Yin let out a long sigh. How should he investigate this matter? There weren't many clansmen, and it was easy to investigate. If a clansman really came here and took Lin away, he reckoned that he would be able to find out the truth in less than a day. The key was, how should he investigate? He couldn't possibly ask every clansman if they had taken a dragon egg from somewhere, right? If he really did that, the clansmen would definitely find it strange. At that time, the matter of Fu Ti secretly hiding a dragon egg would be exposed. He had to investigate Lin Er's whereabouts and also take care of Fu Ti's face. Zhu Yin felt that this matter was really difficult. He was actually a little annoyed. Which clansman did it? After all, that dragon egg also had his bloodline. At the same time, on another spiritual island, Yang Kai's half-dragon body was coiled up. He used his body to protect that dragon egg. He was immersed in an extremely strange state. The surroundings were dark without any light. He was in a daze, floating up and down. His consciousness was also blurry. Everything he did was based on his instincts. He extended his limbs, but it felt like something was imprisoning him. A thought couldn't help but surface in his mind. Am I in an egg? But how did he end up in an egg? After thinking hard, he finally remembered that he was incubating a dragon egg. But since he was incubating a dragon egg, why did he run into an egg? Just as he was in doubt, a clear consciousness came from the side and tried to stick close to him. Yang Kai was impatient and rejected this consciousness. But he didn't expect that the consciousness wouldn't give up and stuck close to him again. It even transmitted a desire, as though there was something on him that it needed. Yang Kai was a little frustrated. Just as he was about to reject it again, he suddenly understood what this consciousness was. This was the aura of the life in that dragon egg. And his current state wasn't that of an egg. Instead, his consciousness was immersed in that dragon egg and had a slight resonance with the life in the dragon egg. Chapter 33:48. With this in mind, Yang Kai simply let it be. Sure enough, that consciousness stuck close to him, and then Yang Kai felt as if something was being absorbed by it. This kind of absorption was not harmful to him, but it was extremely beneficial to the other party. Not far away, Qiongqi stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. From his field of vision, he could clearly see that a golden aura was flowing out of Yang Kai's body, which was then absorbed by the black dragon egg. As the golden aura flowed, the vitality of the dragon egg became more and more exuberant, and the patterns on the surface of the eggshell became more and more dazzling. Putting aside the light that was blooming, the key point was that the dragon's might was too obvious. The movement in front of him seemed to be a bit too big. Qiongqi could not help but worry that this matter would be discovered by the dragon race. In this case, as long as the dragon race passed by within 100 miles, they would definitely be able to detect the movement here. When the time came to take a look, there would be a lot of fun. Fortunately, his worries did not come true. Although the movement here was not small, it did not alarm anyone for many days. Until one day, Qiongqi, who was guarding the surroundings, suddenly heard a thumping sound. Turning his head to look, he saw that the dragon egg in Yang Kai's arms was bursting with a halo visible to the naked eye, which suddenly spread out in all directions. Under Qiongqi's observation, the dragon egg finally stopped absorbing Yang Kai's aura. It was about to hatch. For no reason, such a thought popped up in Qiongqi's mind. Although he had never seen the scene of a dragon egg hatching, what he saw in front of him made him certain of what was about to happen. Did it really hatch for him? Qiongqi felt that it was very inconceivable. The dragon egg was dead silent in his perception, and there was no vitality at all, but in Yang Kai's hands, it had the effect of reviving the dead. He did not know how the dragon race would react if they knew. Thump. Another sound was heard, like a heartbeat, but also like the beating of a drum. The halo spread out, bursting into the fourth level. Dong, dong, dong. The noise became more and more frequent and more dense. Rings of light that could be seen with the naked eye danced wildly in all directions, as if someone was constantly throwing stones on the surface of the lake. At a certain moment, this sound suddenly stopped, but another strange sound rang out at the same time. Crack. A small crack appeared in the black dragon egg. The crack extended from the top to the bottom. Kacha. The human-sized dragon egg suddenly split open. Qiongqi's eyes widened at this moment. He wondered what kind of dragon race Yang Kai had spent so much effort hatching. However, when he looked over, he was actually unable to see clearly because a pure white light shot out from the dragon egg and shot straight into the clouds. At the same time, a loud and clear dragon roar rang out, piercing through the heavens and earth. Dragon roars could also be heard from somewhere far away, reverberating throughout the entire dragon island. In the sky, the shadow of a dragon appeared, and the heavens changed. Looking up, there seemed to be countless phantoms of dragons roaming in the sky above the dragon island. Dragon might filled the air, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. All over the dragon island, pairs of eyes looked up at the same time, then revealed a shocked and puzzled expression. On the ice snow island, Zhu Yin and Fu Tianyi stood side by side on an ice mountain. Fu Tianyi's complexion was haggard and pale. Ever since she found out that Lin was stolen that day, her spirit had been a little strange. She couldn't eat or sleep well and didn't have the heart to cultivate. A dignified 10th grade dragon was actually getting thinner day by day. This was simply inconceivable. Although Zhu Yin had been investigating these days, he didn't have a single clue. He had secretly checked the residence of more than a dozen clansmen, but he didn't find any trace of Lin. Today, he came over to ask Fu Tianyi if there were any other clues, but who would have thought that he would see such a strange phenomenon after just a few words? The two great elders of the dragon race raised their heads at the same time. Both of them revealed a shocked expression. The dragon hall trembled. The dragon soul manifested. This is... Zhu Yin opened his eyes wide and cried out involuntarily, "A new clansman is born?" This wasn't the first time he had seen such a situation, so he naturally knew what this phenomenon represented. Every time a new member of the dragon clan was born, such a phenomenon would appear, but this time, it seemed to be on a much larger scale than the previous ones. Fu Tianyi was also a little dazed by this situation. She temporarily forgot the grief of losing her child and asked absent-mindedly, "Did any of our clansmen have this sign before?" Zhu Yin shook his head and said, "What sign? If there really was a sign, how could you and I not know? The few dragon ladies in the clan didn't even hatch a dragon egg. How could a new clansman be born?" The birth of the dragon race required a dragon egg to hatch first. Then after many years of incubation, it was possible for a new clansman to be born. Now, there wasn't even a single dragon egg on the entire dragon island, so it was naturally impossible for a new clansman to be born. But this strange phenomenon, Fu Tianyi's expression suddenly changed as she cried out in surprise, "Lin Er! It's Lin Er! Lin Er is born!" Hearing what she said, Zhu Yin's first reaction was that it was impossible. Lin Er had already lost hope. He had personally verified this point. So many years had passed. How could he be born again? But after thinking about it carefully, he really couldn't rule out this possibility. Now, on the entire dragon island, other than those dragon eggs that were placed in the dragon tomb, there was only Lin Er left. If it was really a new clansman, then it was none other than Lin Er. The great elder, who had always remained calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him, exerted force on his hand. A few strands of his beard were pulled off. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Could it be? It's really Lin." When he came back to his senses, Fu Tianyi had already turned into a ray of light and sped towards the source of the strange phenomenon. His speed was extremely fast. Zhu Yin was also burning with anxiety and quickly chased after him. It didn't matter if it was Lin or not. There was finally a new clansman born on the Dragon Island. This was a joyous occasion for the entire dragon race. As the great elder, he naturally had to go and take a look. At the same time, around the Dragon Island, 10 to 20 figures flew out. In the entire Dragon Island, other than Fu Ling, who was punished to guard the entrance, the other dragon race members were all alarmed and flew towards the spiritual island where Yang Kai was at. On the spirit island, Yang Kai opened his eyes, yawned, and stretched. Only then did he sit up straight with a blank look on his face. He placed one hand on his knee and supported his chin, revealing a contemplative expression. He had been living in a muddled state for the past few days. When he woke up, he still didn't understand the situation. He only felt that the spiritual influence of heaven and earth around him was especially active, and there were dragon roars in his ears. So noisy. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and looked around. He saw Qiongqi, who was standing not far away and looking at him in surprise. His vision slowly focused and Yang Kai grinned. "Old Qiong, why do you look like you have seen a ghost?" Qiongqi's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, young lord. You have achieved great things." "What great things?" Yang Kai leaned forward slightly and looked at him curiously. Qiongqi's expression was weird. "Young lord, have you forgotten what you were doing before?" Yang Kai blinked and asked, "Before me?" He slapped his head and revealed a look of realization. "I remember. I was incubating the dragon egg." "Where is the dragon egg?" He lowered his head and searched for a while. His gaze was attracted by the broken eggshells on the ground. He said in surprise, "What's going on?" Qiongqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Young lord, you have successfully incubated the dragon egg." Yang Kai was shocked. "I succeeded?" Qiongqi raised his finger and pointed to the sky. Yang Kai then raised his head and looked. His gaze was deep and could see through the scene in the void. He couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, I really successfully incubated the dragon egg? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes." Yang Kai clapped his hands and said excitedly, "I knew it. I will definitely succeed." He then raised his head and looked carefully at the situation in the sky. He couldn't help but nod. Yes, this little guy is quite energetic. He has such a body since birth. His future is promising. He has a promising future. Qiongqi smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, no matter how promising he is, it has nothing to do with you. That is the son of Zhu Yin and Fu Tan. What does it have to do with you? The dragon's roar reverberated, and the thousands of dragon shadows in the sky gradually disappeared. The abnormality of the entire heaven and earth also slowly disappeared. A ray of white light shot down from the 9 heavens and landed on the spiritual island. At this moment, Qiongqi finally saw what exactly was hatched by Yang Kai. It was actually a flawless white jade, sparkling and round little white dragon. Its body length was about 20 to 30 feet. It was as thick as an arm. At first glance, it looked like a giant python. However, that sparkling and translucent dragon horn explained its identity. Such a body wasn't considered much in the entire Dragon Island. Strictly speaking, it was probably only rank 2 or 3 bloodline. It wasn't even worth mentioning to the other giant dragons. However, if the fact that it was just born was considered, then it was incredible. Normal dragon race wouldn't have such a body when they were just born. White dragon. Could it be a water dragon? Qiongqi shook his head. From what he knew, the third elder of the Dragon Island, Fu Xian, was a water dragon. However, when she transformed into her true form, she should be blue in color. Maybe it was an ice dragon. After all, its mother, Fu Shun, was an ice dragon. The possibility of it being inherited was very high. However, the white color of Fu Shun's true form was slightly different from the white color in front of him. Qiongqi couldn't determine what type of giant dragon this little white dragon was. That little white dragon seemed to have a natural affinity with Yang Kai. After it landed, it flew a few rounds around Yang Kai and stopped in front of him. In the next moment, under Qiong Qi's flabbergasted gaze, the little white dragon twisted and transformed into a little chubby boy who appeared to be only 4 or 5 years old. The chubby boy had a charmingly naive look. His skin was as white as jade. He smiled at Yang Kai and revealed a pair of small canine teeth. He was extremely cute. Qiongqi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He actually had the ability to transform the moment he was born. This little chubby boy was somewhat gifted. Even if he was from the dragon race and had exceptional conditions, it was impossible for him to transform the moment he was born. However, this little chubby boy did it. It obviously showed that he was different from the rest. Speaking of which, the descendants of 2 rank 10 giant dragons were hatched by a half-dragon. They were already different from the rest. Chapter 33:49. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he looked at the little fatty in front of him in amazement. He felt a little incredulous. He hatched this thing? Well, he did feel some of his own aura from this little fatty. After all, he had absorbed a lot of dragon blood and other things for him these days. Yang Kai's gaze moved down the little fatty's body. It was a boy. Although he had successfully transformed, he was naked, so the characteristics between his legs were very obvious. Just as he was looking at him with interest, he saw the little fatty raise his 2 white and tender little hands and cup them in front of him. He said crisply, "This child greets Daddy. Daddy, please bestow a name." Yang Kai's mouth opened wide enough to stuff a house. Qiong Qi was also completely flabbergasted. It was beginning to wonder if there was something wrong with its ears. What did this little fatty just say? Did he hear wrongly? Compared to his clear thinking and ability to express himself as soon as he hatched, Qiong Qi was more shocked by the way he addressed Yang Kai. How could those 2 words be said so casually? Yang Kai was obviously also confused. He leaned forward slightly, pointed at his nose, and said with a strange expression, "What did you call me?" The little fatty smiled slightly. "I originally had no hope of hatching. It was Daddy who gave me life and allowed me to come to this world. Your kindness is equivalent to giving me a new life. It's natural for me to call you Daddy." He expressed himself clearly and cupped his hands again. "Daddy, please bestow a name." Yang Kai scratched his head, frowned, and said, "Do you know where you came from?" The little fatty nodded and said, "This child naturally knows. Daddy taught me a lot of things when I hatched." There was such a thing? Yang Kai was confused. Speaking of which, the whole hatching process was muddle-headed. Everything was done according to instinct. How could he know what he had taught him? Qiongqi's expression changed when he heard this. He remembered that before, there was a golden aura flowing out of Yang Kai's body and into the dragon egg. Now it seemed that the golden aura was not only dragon chi, but also something else, which gave this little fatty good intelligence when he was born. Qiongqi even had a feeling that this little fatty's demeanor and behavior were similar to Yang Kai, but there was nothing in common with their appearance. Touching his chin, Yang Kai reluctantly said, "Originally, it was not my turn to do this, but since you insist, this king will bestow a name to you." He thought seriously, rubbed his hands, and said, "How's the character of Shao?"
Of E.
The little fatty muttered.
E.
His big round eyes became bright, and he revealed his small canine teeth and said with a smile, "Thank you, Daddy, for bestowing a name. From now on, this child will be called Yang Shao." With a whoosh, Fu Swan flew to this place. Before she even arrived, she already felt an aura that was connected by blood. It was an aura that caused her entire body to palpitate to the point of almost trembling. She didn't need to verify anything as she was certain that her Lin had been born. She came here full of expectations and just happened to hear and see such a scene. She suddenly blacked out and almost fainted. That white and tender little guy was definitely her Lin, but at this moment, he actually called Yang Kai Daddy and said that he would be called Yang Shao from now on. How could Fushi accept this? She didn't know what Yang Kai had done to her Lin, but this was simply seizing her son. How could Fushi tolerate it? The anger and guilt in her heart turned into boundless fury. An icy aura lingered around her body. She raised her hand and slapped at Yang Kai. She shouted angrily, "Little thief, die!" At this moment, she didn't care if Yang Kai and Zhu Qing had done the deed of husband and wife. She also didn't care if Yang Kai possessed the ancestral dragon's power of origin. There was only one voice echoing in her mind. Kill Yang Kai to set things right and let Lin understand the truth of the matter. The rank 10 giant dragon's full-powered attack changed the color of heaven and earth. The ice element law filled the void, and Yang Kai bore the brunt of it. The space he was in seemed to be frozen. Before the attack arrived, his 300 feet long dragon body was already covered in frost. His expression instantly changed. Before he could react, there was a blur in front of his eyes. The white and tender Yang Xiao actually flashed in front of Yang Kai and opened his arms to block him. He looked at Fu Shi angrily with a sullen face and shouted, "Where did this crazy woman come from to behave atrociously here?" Even though he shouted angrily, his tone was immature and didn't have any deterrence at all. It only made people laugh. However, this angry shout caused Fu Shi's beautiful face to turn pale. She quickly retracted her palm, and her law collapsed. It was true that she wanted to kill Yang Kai, but how could she hurt her Lin there? With a cry, she spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. Fu Shi's aura quickly withered. It was unknown if she suffered a backlash or was provoked by Yang Zhao's words. Her delicate body swayed and almost fell down. She stared ahead in a daze. Fortunately, Zhu Yin arrived in time. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace, asking nervously, "Are you all right?" Fu Shi didn't answer. She just pursed her pale lips and stared at Yang Xiao without blinking. There was a kind of sadness in her eyes. Compared to the backlash from her palm, Yang Zhao's words hurt her even more. It was as if she had acknowledged a thief as her father. With a thump, Yang Xiao staggered and turned around. He held his head with both hands and said aggrievedly, "Father, why did you hit me?" Tears welled up in his eyes and he almost cried out. No matter how mature he acted just now, he was still a newborn child. He naturally felt wronged after being hit, especially by Yang Kai. He had fearlessly stood in front of Yang Kai just now. What crazy woman! Yang Kai scolded with a stern face. "That's your mother." "My mother?" Yang Xiao shrunk his neck when he heard this, then turned his head timidly to look at Fu Shi. Their eyes met, and Fu Shi's eyes bloomed with brilliance. Yang Xiao, however, had an awkward expression and his eyes drifted. No wonder he felt that voice was a little familiar. It turned out that when he was muddle-headed, the one who often came to talk to him was her. However, although he knew where he came from, it was still his first time seeing Fu Shi in person. How could he know that she was his mother? He wanted to show off a little in front of Yang Kai, but who knew that he would make such a big mistake? It was so awkward that he scratched his ears and cheeks. "Lin?" Zhu Yan's lips trembled as he looked at Yang Xiao absent-mindedly. "You are Lin?" Yang Xiao took a deep breath and cupped his fists, saying, "Let the two of you know. My name is Yang Xiao." "Yang Xiao?" Zhu Yan's expression suddenly became strange. His gaze swept over and fixed on Yang Kai. Lin appeared here with Yang Kai and actually changed his appearance to Yang Xiao. This matter definitely had something to do with Yang Kai. Great Elder's gaze was sharp and resentful. Yang Kai turned his head to the side and whistled. This had nothing to do with him. It was the little guy who insisted that he give him a name when he was born. He casually came up with one, and then the little guy decided on this name. What could he do? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of light came from all directions. It was the members of the dragon race who sensed the commotion running over one after another. They were a little surprised when they saw the situation here. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai with a stunned expression and said, "Didn't you leave?" Yang Kai clenched his fists and coughed dryly. "I'm back." Originally, he wanted to go to the Dragon Palace Hall and cause a commotion. Zhu Qing would definitely know his intentions and would definitely understand. Now that he hadn't even gone to the Dragon Palace Hall and had already created a dragon child, there was no way to explain this. Zhu Qing glared at him. She knew that he must have been planning something before, so he even fooled her. However, this wasn't the time to dwell on this matter. She looked at Yang Xiao curiously and asked, "Who is this?" Yang Kai laughed and was about to explain when Yang Xiao cupped his fists and said, I am Daddy's son. My name is Yang Xiao. Son? Yang Xiao? Zhu Qing's expression immediately darkened. Yang Kai raised his hand and hit him. He angrily shouted, "Who told you to talk too much? Who told you to talk too much? Daddy, why did you hit me again?" Yang Xiao covered his head and scurried away. He felt extremely wronged. Zhu Qing said indifferently, "A man hitting a child. How ambitious." Yang Kai wiped his mouth and said seriously, "Qing, listen to my explanation." Zhu Qing turned her head and said, "There's nothing to explain. This child is covered in dragon qi. He must be the newly born clansman of our clan. I really have to congratulate you. You've bloomed and bore fruit so quickly. Oh right, where's the child's mother? I wonder which sister she is?" As she spoke, her gaze wandered around the few dragon girls as if she wanted to find some clues. Yang Kai said sadly, "It's not what you think." Yang Xiao ran to Zhu Qing's side and pointed at Fu Dun. "My mother is over there." Zhu Qing turned her head with a stunned expression. She looked at Fu Dun and then looked at Yang Kai. Her expression became more and more strange and gradually became incredulous. Zhu Lai, who was watching not far away, also had a twitching expression. Yang Kai and the second elder. This is impossible, right? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know how to speak. Yang Kai observed the situation. How could he not know what Zhu Qing was thinking? He wanted to beat Yang Zhao's, but this kid was very clever. He seemed to see that Yang Kai was a little afraid of Zhu Qing. He kept hiding behind Zhu Qing, not giving him a chance to make a move. Hearing this, he felt wronged and said, "You said it was my mother." After that, he looked up at Zhu Qing and said, "I didn't lie to you." Zhu Qing nodded and said, "I know." Yang Kai sighed and said, "He is the child of the first elder and second elder. I hatched him, so he recognizes me as his father." As soon as this was said, all the members of the dragon race were stunned. The dragon child of the first elder and second elder? When did the first elder and second elder have a dragon child? Many years ago, the second elder gave birth to a dragon egg, but wasn't that dragon egg already hopeless and then placed in the dragon tomb? Why did a dragon child suddenly appear? Chapter 3350. All of a sudden, all the gazes of the dragon race turned towards Zhu Yin and Fu Tin, wanting to know what was going on. Fu Tin's body and mind were completely focused on Yang Xiao. There was nothing else in his eyes. How could he feel those gazes? Although his face was pale and his expression was dispirited, his eyes were filled with happiness, because Yang Xiao had just explained to Zhu Qing that she was his mother. For the first time, his cold gaze became so gentle. The expression on his face was also filled with longing. It was hard to believe that this was actually the second elder of the dragon race. Zhu Yin sighed softly. "That's right, this is indeed Lin Er. Back then, this old man did not place Lin Er's dragon egg in the dragon tomb. I placed him somewhere else. This was originally done by Fu Tin, but the great elder took it all on himself. After all, if this matter was really investigated, it would be breaking the rules of the race. Even the elders would be punished." Fu Xian's expression changed. "If that's the case, this child is really your son?" Zhu Yin nodded lightly. The dragons were shocked, but more than that, they were pleasantly surprised. This little fatty was actually the son of the great elder and second elder. The dragon race had not given birth to a new clansman for many years. This was already a joyous matter, not to mention that this newborn was the descendant of two 10th-rank giant dragons. Fu Xian asked curiously, "But Yang Kai, how did you hatch him?" Back then, she had also checked the dragon egg and was sure that it was hopeless. She didn't expect it to hatch successfully after so many years. Yang Kai shrugged. "I don't know." He really didn't know. He didn't even know when Yang Xiao was born. He only understood everything after that. "Lin Er, come here. Let mother take a look at you." Fu Tin's voice was extremely gentle, making all the dragon race members feel uncomfortable. Yang Xiao hid behind Zhu Qing, twisting and turning. He looked like he had hemorrhoids on his butt. It was extremely uncomfortable. Fu Tin was still gentle. A smile appeared on her face as she waved her hand. "Come here." Yang Xiao suddenly scratched his head and looked at Yang Kai for help. "Brat, get over here." Yang Kai waved at him. Yang Xiao shrunk his neck and said timidly, "Let me say this first. If I go over, don't hit me." How dare you talk to me about conditions? Yang Kai glared at him. Yang Xiao immediately hung his head dejectedly, as if he had accepted his fate. He obediently walked in front of Yang Kai. Seeing this scene, Fu Xi's body swayed again, his expression sorrowful. As his mother, he didn't react when she called him, but when an outsider called him, he actually ran over. In comparison, she was simply a failure. Zhu Yan's expression didn't look too good. He felt that Yang Kai was deliberately slapping Fu Dun's face. What advice does father have for me? Yang Xiao lowered his little head, as if he had made a grave mistake, his voice sounding a little weak. Yang Kai grinned and said warmly, "There's nothing to advise, but it's not good for you to be naked. Put on some clothes first. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I do." Saying so, Yang Kai withdrew his dragon transformation secret art and returned to his normal size, then took out a set of clothes from his space ring and put it on him. The clothes were a little big, but they barely fit. Yang Xiao twisted his arms and legs, immediately becoming unhappy. Why are they girls' clothes? If you have something to wear, just wear it. Why are you being so picky? Yang Kai raised his hand and was about to knock his head, but halfway through, he felt two pairs of sharp eyes staring at him. Looking up, he saw the great elder and second elder looking at him with bitter and hateful eyes. Embarrassed, he put down his hand and carefully tidied up Yang Xiao's clothes. Yang Xiao asked curiously, "Father, why do you have girls' clothes?" "I prepared them for a little kid," Yang Kai casually explained. The clothes were Lu Yan's. Although Lu Yan was 7 or 8 years old, because of her petite figure, Yang Xiao wore them quite well. It was much better than wearing master's clothes. Yang Xiao's eyes lit up. "I have big brothers and big sisters?" Yang Kai coughed lightly and said, "Not at the moment." Sneaking a glance at Zhu Qing, he grinned. "You will in the future." Yang Xiao clapped his hands and smiled. "Then they are little brothers and little sisters. Father, don't worry, I will take good care of them." "It's fine as long as you have the heart." Yang Kai reached out and swept the wrinkles on his chest, then turned his body around, making him face Fu Tin and Zhu Yin, and said in his ear, "Those two are your father and mother. Their blood flows in your body. Go, don't make them sad." Reaching out and giving him a push, Yang Xiao immediately staggered from the push. Turning his head, he looked at Yang Kai with a resentful expression, clearly not very happy. Yang Kai glared at him. Yang Xiao immediately withered, and under everyone's gaze, he slowly walked to Zhu Yin and Fu Tin's side, his gaze drifting. The two elders of the dragon race stared at the little person in front of them without blinking. Zhu Yin was fine. After all, he was a man. Even though he was excited in his heart, he was still able to restrain himself. Fu Tin was much worse. His whole body was trembling, one hand raised in the air, as if he wanted to touch Yang Xiao, but he was afraid of annoying him. He seemed to be in a dilemma, but the gentleness on his face seemed to be able to melt steel. Where was the appearance of the second elder of the dragon race? To be honest, when she saw Yang Xiao and Yang Kai's intimate appearance, she was extremely envious and jealous, and even hated Yang Kai. If he didn't do something in the dark, how could her Lin or call her a crazy woman the moment they met? How could he not recognize his parents when he met them? But at this moment, she was somewhat grateful to Yang Kai, because if Yang Kai didn't push him, Lin probably wouldn't have run over. Although they didn't have much in-depth communication, Fu Tin could feel that Lin seemed to have a little instinctive rejection of her, and was not too willing to come into contact with her. This scene made Zhu Qing, Fu Xian, and the others sigh in their hearts. All of them held their breaths, waiting for the development of the situation. With a light cough, Yang Xiao sniffed, lowered his head and said softly, "This child greets father, greets mother. Good, good, good." Zhu Yin exhaled the breath that he had been holding back, nodded repeatedly, and said good 3 times, his eyes becoming a little moist. Fu Tin cried out like a cuckoo dripping blood. "Lin." She bent down and hugged Yang Xiao into her arms, hugging him tightly, as if she was afraid that if she let go, she would lose him forever. Yang Xiao's breathing was not smooth from being hugged, and his eyes almost popped out. He instinctively felt very uncomfortable, and even a little disgusted with this woman who hugged him. But after smelling the fragrance on her body, his slightly agitated mood calmed down, and even gave birth to a kind of indescribable tranquility. This kind of contradiction made him a little confused. He was hugged by Fu Tin in a daze, and didn't move at all. Second Elder's wish has finally been fulfilled. Zhu Qing's eyes were slightly red, and her body leaned on Yang Kai's shoulder. She tilted her head and exhaled. You finally did a good thing? Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. What do you mean? What I did before wasn't a good thing. Zhu Qing pursed her lips and said with a smile, For the Dragon Island, you really didn't do anything good. Yang Kai snorted. He didn't deny that the Dragon Island suffered quite a bit of loss because of him, but then again, the Dragon Island benefited even more from him. Those dragon blood flowers were already a huge fortune. But how did you hatch him? Zhu Qing looked at him curiously. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I really don't know. Zhu Qing said, Back then, the dragon egg's origin was missing. There was no hope for it to hatch. But now that Yang Zhao's dragon chi is pure, there is obviously no problem with the origin. Could it be that you made up for the missing origin? I still have this kind of ability? Yang Kai was very surprised. How did he make up for the origin? Could it be that he cut it out from his golden divine dragon's origin? But I didn't suffer any losses here. That's right. What is his attribute? Zhu Qing asked. Yang Kai spread out his hands and said, How would I know? I only know that he is a little white dragon. White dragon. Zhu Qing understood. Then he might be an ice dragon. The second elder is an ice dragon. No matter what attribute he is, the future of the two descendants of the 10th-rank giant dragons will definitely not be too bad. Yang Kai grinned, lamenting in his heart that Yang Zhao's luck was really good. He was born with a unique advantage, two parents who were comparable to great emperors, and he himself was a member of the dragon race. There were probably not many people in this world who would dare to provoke him. Zhu Qing looked at him with a smile. Are you really going to acknowledge him as your son? Yang Kai said. What's wrong with that? I hatched him. It's natural for him to call me daddy. At the beginning, he felt that it was a bit abrupt, but after Yang Xiao called him a few more times, he felt that it was natural. Zhu Qing said, But how do we calculate the seniority? Although I am also an elder of the dragon race, I am still a generation younger than the great elder and the second elder. Now that Yang Xiao calls you daddy, aren't you going to call the great elder brother? Then how should I call you? Uncle? Yang Kai took a deep breath and looked at her with the corner of his eyes. Miss, there are some titles that shouldn't be randomly called. It's easy to make people's blood boil, don't you know? Zhu Qing spat. Don't be serious. While the two were talking, Fu Tianyi kept hugging Yang Xiao, his tears flowing non-stop, almost soaking Yang Zhao's clothes. The stinky brat was quite tactful. He actually stretched out his small hand and gently patted Fu Tianyi's back, silently comforting him. Feeling that rhythmic pat, Fu Tianyi actually had a feeling that even if he died now, he would have no regrets. Zhu Yin saw this scene and also felt very comforted. The trace of dissatisfaction in his heart towards Yang Kai for stealing the dragon egg had long disappeared. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for Yang Kai stealing the dragon egg, Lin probably wouldn't have the chance to be born. In this matter, he and Fu Tianyi owed Yang Kai a big favor. Originally, he still had some opinions about Lin being called Yang Xiao, but now that he thought about it, Yang Xiao was just Yang Xiao. Soaring to the sky ambition was also not bad. It was just a name. It wasn't a big deal. After a long time, Fu Tianyi finally let go of Yang Xiao, but used both of his hands to grab his arm. His red eyes kept sizing him up. No matter how he looked, it was not enough. Although his eyes were red and swollen, his face was full of smiles. Chapter 33:51. A group of dragon race members surrounded him and observed this newly born clansman at close range. It had to be said that Yang Zhao's appearance was very good. White and tender skin, baby fat figure, small arms and legs with rings of flesh, bright big eyes, long eyelashes, very lovable. 7 or 8 hands reached out to touch him. Feeling the aura of this new life, Yang Xiao showed a clean smile to every clansman, making them have a good impression of him. Even Zhu Qing's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor, wishing that she could also give birth to such a posture. All right. Zhu Yin was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Seeing Yang Xiao being harassed by so many clansmen, he felt a little distressed and could not help but stand up to stop them. My dragon race has a new clansman. This is a joyous occasion and should be celebrated. How many years has it been since our dragon island had this kind of thing? Everyone, go back and prepare. We will gather again another day and celebrate. Zhu Kong nodded and said, Great Elder is right. This matter should indeed be celebrated. With the Great Elder's words, the group of dragon race members retreated from Yang Zhao's side, allowing the little guy to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fu Tianyi gently looked at him and asked with a smile, Let's go, follow mother home. Yang Xiao showed a hesitant expression and turned to look at Yang Kai, showing a look of inquiry. It seemed that if Yang Kai did not agree, he could not go. Zhu Yin saw this scene and could not help but feel a little sad. Why did it seem that the position of his parents in Yang Zhao's heart was not as high as Yang Kai? Although it was Yang Kai who hatched him, they were still connected by blood. Could it be that it was related to the source of the ancestral dragon? Fu Tianyi also looked at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes no longer showing her usual strength and coldness. Instead, there was a trace of pleading. Yang Kai grinned and waved his hand, saying, Go, be obedient. Yang Xiao said respectfully, Yes, I will be very obedient. When Zhu Yin and Fu Zhen heard this, they were both sad and gratified. They were sad because Yang Xiao seemed to listen to Yang Kai, and gratified because the child was very sensible. Holding Yang Zhao's small hand, Fu Sui gently nodded to Yang Kai, turned around, and headed towards the Ice Snow Island. The Great Elder also nodded to Yang Kai, showing a grateful face, and hurriedly chased after them. The rest of the dragon race gradually dispersed, but every one of them looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. After all, it was unbelievable that he could hatch a dragon race egg that had already lost its vitality. Not long after, only Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and Qiongqi were left on the island. Can't bear to? Zhu Qing suddenly looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and sneered, It's not my child. What's there to be reluctant about? Zhu Qing curled her lips and took the initiative to hold his hand, saying, Let's go back. We should think about what to give to the little guy. What do you want to give? Yang Kai was stunned. Zhu Qing smiled and said, Didn't you hear the Great Elder say that we should celebrate? The little guy will be the main character at that time. We as his elders should give him some greeting gifts. Yang Kai suddenly understood. We should give him something. What do you want to give? Zhu Qing said, I haven't thought about it yet, but I think the dragon blood pills you refined are good. The little guy has just been born. It's time to improve his bloodline. After a pause, she said, But you gave them to me. Up to you. After you give them to me, I'll refine more for you. After all, those things won't be valuable in the future. Not valuable. Zhu Qing was speechless. On Dragon Island, even the dragon blood flower was extremely precious, let alone the dragon blood pills. However, thinking about Yang Kai's alchemy skills and the existence of the two with spirits, the dragon blood pills were probably not valuable to Yang Kai. The two of them did not speak along the way as they rushed to Half Moon Island with Qiongqi. Although Yang Kai was muddle-headed when it came to hatching the dragon eggs, he actually paid a price. It was just that his body did not feel much of it. He did not notice it before, but after returning to Half Moon Island and fooling around with Zhu Qing for a night, fatigue suddenly overwhelmed him, and he actually slept for a few days. In a daze, he suddenly felt his nose itch, as if something was tickling him. Half asleep, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed a soft object. Then, he pulled it into his arms and muttered, Stop fooling around. A delicate body was lying on his chest, motionless. Her heavy breaths could be heard on his chest. Yang Kai closed his eyes and changed his position. He half-hugged the person in his arms, and one of his big hands was already restlessly moving along her graceful waist and covering her perky butt. After gently pinching it, Yang Kai could not help but frown. This feeling seemed a little off. Although it was equally shockingly bouncy and smooth, this did not seem to be Zhu Qing's body. Moreover, the fragrance coming from her hair was also different from Zhu Qing's. Yang Kai suddenly woke up with a start. Fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. A frightening thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that something embarrassing happened? Before he could figure it out, he heard footsteps coming from outside. Then, Zhu Qing said, "Your father is sleeping. He has been sleeping for several days. Ah, you guys." At the door of the room, Zhu Qing looked at the scene on the bed in a daze. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. On the big bed, Yang Kai was lying on his side. Emo Shaoqi was half lying in his arms. Yang Kai's big hand was covering her round breast, and he was even making a kneading gesture. Beside Zhu Qing, the little fatty, Yang Xiao, was blinking his big eyes. He looked straight ahead and grinned. His eyes were rolling around as he watched with great interest. Zhu Qing's eyes were sharp. She quickly covered Yang Xiao's eyes and pulled him out. Yang Xiao shouted, "I can't see. I can't see. Why are you covering my eyes?" Zhu Qing ignored him and dragged him out of the palace. Only then did she stomp her feet angrily and gnash her teeth. What a disgrace! She had guarded against all her sisters in the dragon race, but she didn't expect that she couldn't guard against Emo Shaoqi. After a while, she turned her head and looked at Yang Xiao, only to see him standing on his tiptoes and looking into the palace with a curious look on his face. She suddenly became angry and asked with a sullen face, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing, nothing. I can't see anything." Yang Xiao put his two small hands behind his back and lowered his head to whistle. He kicked a small stone on the ground with one foot. The corners of Zhu Qing's eyes twitched. Her expression became extremely strange. Is this the son of the great elder and second elder? Why doesn't he look like the two elders? Instead, he looks like a replica of Yang Kai. He's so good at talking nonsense. Straightening her face, Zhu Qing said, "Remember, you didn't see anything just now?" Yang Xiao nodded his little head like a chicken pecking at rice. "I didn't see anything." Inside the room, Emo Shaoqi, who was frightened by Zhu Qing and Yang Xiao, jumped out of Yang Kai's arms like a rabbit. Yang Kai also slowly sat up straight. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the person next to him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shaoqi is here. This is really a tragedy. How could he have known that Emo Shaoqi would come to see him at this time? He thought it was Zhu Qing just now, so he didn't think too much and directly touched her. If he knew it was Emo Shaoqi, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Emo Shaoqi's face turned red, as if it was on fire, especially the part of her buttocks that had just been touched and rubbed. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Yang Kai. Suddenly, she stomped her feet and said, "Big brother Yang is a bad guy." After saying that, she turned around and rushed out, almost bumping into Zhu Qing outside the palace. "Qing, elder sister, big brother Yang is awake. I'm leaving." Emo Shaoqi was a little flustered. She directly flew up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Slow down." Zhu Qing stared at her back and called out tenderly. She was really afraid that she would accidentally fall. "Huh." Yang Xiao let out a surprise sound. He looked at Emo Shaoqi in the distance, then looked at Zhu Qing and laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Zhu Qing asked with a straight face. This brat's smile was a little sneaky. "Mother, you are very generous," Yang Xiao said happily. Zhu Qing blushed and asked, "Who are you calling mother?" Yang Xiao said matter-of-factly, "You are father's wife, so this child naturally has to call you mother. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful." "Who taught you all this?" Zhu Qing was a little surprised. This little brat had only been born a few days ago, so how come he seemed to know everything? However, hearing him call her mother made her feel a little strange. She was a little happy, but also a little uncomfortable. She didn't have a child yet, but someone was already calling her mother. "No one taught me. I know it all by myself." Zhu Qing didn't dwell on this issue and just said solemnly, "What happened just now must not be told to anyone else." Yang Xiao asked curiously, "What happened just now?" He blinked, his little face full of confusion. "Good boy." Zhu Qing reached out and patted his head. Yang Xiao turned his head away and said with a look of disgust, "Why do you all like to touch me like that? It's too disrespectful." Zhu Qing was suddenly amused. "Who else touches you like that?" Yang Xiao hummed and didn't say anything. Without thinking, Zhu Qing knew that the first elder and the second elder must have done the same to him. If you are short, you should be touched. If you are touched, you should stand firm. Who told you to be born short? Yang Kai's voice came. Zhu Qing and Yang Xiao looked up and saw Yang Kai walk out with a majestic momentum. Yang Xiao looked at him with admiration. Zhu Qing glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai coughed softly and touched his nose with a guilty conscience. Yang Xiao cupped his hands and bowed. Father, this child greets you. He was polite and well-mannered. He changed the topic and said, Father, what you said just now is very reasonable. This child will remember it. Remember what? Kai Yang's sharp eyes stared at him. Yang Xiao clenched his fists and said, This child wants to be taller than everyone. This child wants to look down on the world. In the future, if I don't see eye to eye, I will reach out and crush their heads. Father, this is what you meant, right? Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He nodded and said, Your ambition is praiseworthy. Zhu Qing said angrily, Is this how you teach your child? Yang Kai shrunk his neck. I have never had a child. How would I know how to teach him? Chapter 33:52. Zhu Qing snorted and said, If I really have a child in the future, I will never let you teach him. Yang Kai stared at her and said, How can that be? I will teach my child. Zhu Qing said in disdain, Look at what you did just now. What good can you teach? Yang Kai shook his head and said, The world is dangerous. How can a flower in a greenhouse withstand the wind and rain? Haven't you heard of the saying, A kind mother makes a bad son? Zhu Qing looked at him and said, What do you mean? Yang Kai looked up at the sky and said, Nothing. Yang Xiao looked at one person and then another. His eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. He seemed to be enjoying the atmosphere. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked him on the head. Stop grinning. What are you laughing at? Yang Xiao looked at Zhu Qing and said, Mom, Dad hit me again. Zhu Qing was filled with motherly love when she heard him. She pulled Yang Xiao in front of her and stared at Yang Kai. She said, Just talk. Why do you always hit a child? Yang Xiao nodded and said, That's right. Yang Kai pointed at Zhu Qing and said, Look, look. What did I say just now? A kind mother makes a bad son. That's what it means. You women always protect and spoil each other. Sooner or later, you will get into trouble. Zhu Qing said angrily, It's better than you hitting him. The two of them stared at each other for a while. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. They didn't even have a child yet, and they were already arguing over such a thing. If they had a child, what would the situation be like? Zhu Qing also thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. By the way, why is Xiaoqi here? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. Zhu Qing looked at him strangely and said, Did you have fun just now? Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. Why did I have to bring up such a cheap mouth? Zhu Qing said. You were cultivating the dragon blood flower and then left without a word. Sister Xiaoqi was very angry when she found out. This time, she knew that you were still on Dragon Island, so she came to settle the score with you. Who would have thought that she would suffer such a big loss? Yang Kai coughed and said, It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Yang Xiao said, Aunt Xin's daughter? Yes. Zhu Qing nodded and said she was surprised. She said, You know her? Did your parents tell you? No. Yang Xiao shook his head and showed a thoughtful expression. Then, he smiled brightly and said, I know a little, but I don't know why I know. This sentence was a little awkward, but the meaning was clear. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked at each other and understood. Yang Xiao must have inherited something from Yang Kai when he was hatching. Otherwise, he wouldn't know about this. Also, his personality wouldn't be so similar to Yang Kai. Oh right, why did you come here? Where are your parents? Yang Kai looked at him and asked, My parents are on their own spiritual island. I was bored, so I came to take a look. Yang Xiao said and suddenly shivered. He said fearfully, Mother is too passionate. She is so passionate that I can't stand it. Yang Kai's face darkened. Don't say this in front of your mother. Otherwise, she will be sad to death. Yang Xiao said, I understand. It's just that I am not used to it. Also, I don't know why, but I am repulsed by her. When Yang Kai heard this, his heart couldn't help but jump. How could his son be repulsed by his mother? Thinking about it, it was probably because of him. When he was hatching, Yang Xiao inherited many things from him. Even their personalities were so similar. His likes and dislikes must have been influenced. At that time, Yang Kai hated Fu Ti to death. This emotion was inevitably transmitted to Yang Xiao, who was still in the dragon egg, causing him to feel repulsed by Fu Ti. But I like her a lot. Yang Xiao's little face showed a blank expression. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Father, why do you think this is? How could he not like her when they were connected by blood?" The repulsion was due to an external influence. Yang Kai was too embarrassed to explain. He only said, "Spend more time with her. You will get used to it." Yang Xiao nodded and said, "Yes." Yang Kai smiled and patted his head. "I am very happy that you can call me father, but you have your own parents. It is not appropriate to call me father." Yang Xiao showed a shocked expression. "Father doesn't want to acknowledge me?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't want to. It's just that the words father and mother are very sacred and unique. You are the son of the dragon race's great elder and second elder. I cannot deprive them of their rights. If I have my own child in the future, I will not be happy to hear him call another man father." "Is that so?" Yang Xiao looked blank. "I am still young. I don't understand this." Yang Kai laughed. "Of course you don't understand. If you did, wouldn't it be great?" Yang Xiao said, "Since father says so, then I will change the way I address you." Yang Kai looked at him with interest. "What do you want to change the way you address me?" Yang Xiao thought seriously, then raised his hands and bowed respectfully. "Child greets adoptive father and adoptive mother." Then he looked at Yang Kai happily and said, "There is no problem now, right?" Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked at each other, then pulled Yang Xiao over and rubbed his head. "Your little brain works very fast." Yang Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "Although you are my adoptive father, if you do this again, I will." "What will you do?" Yang Kai was not moved and rubbed his head until it looked like a chicken nest. Yang Xiao finally got rid of him, and while fixing his head, he looked at Yang Kai bitterly. "Adoptive father, you are so unreasonable." Yang Kai laughed and said, "This is the first lesson I will teach you. In this world, the fist is the reason. My fist is bigger than yours, so I am reasonable." Yang Xiao showed a thoughtful expression. Zhu Qing pulled him away and walked away, whispering to him, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Not everything in this world can be solved with the fist." Yang Kai shouted behind them, "If one fist is not enough, then two fists." Yang Xiao looked back and said excitedly, "I still have teeth and 2 feet." Yang Kai looked up to the sky and laughed. "That's what I mean." Zhu Qing put her hand on her forehead, feeling that the little guy was going to be ruined by Yang Kai. When he really grew up in the future, she didn't know what he would be like. Zhu Qing and Yang Xiao walked away, and it seemed that she didn't plan to let the little guy continue to interact with Yang Kai, so as to avoid his bad temper. Yang Kai didn't mind. Since the little brat had inherited his temper and character, there wouldn't be any problems with his conduct in the future. He turned his head and looked to the side. Although there was no one there, Yang Kai could feel Fu Tianyi's aura hidden there. It wasn't that the second elder was worried about Yang Kai, but he didn't want to be separated from Yang Xiao for even a moment, so he would naturally follow behind him secretly. Even if he didn't talk to him, it was enough to just look at him from afar. Fu Tianyi didn't show up, and Yang Kai naturally wouldn't point it out. With his hands behind his back, he turned and returned to Zhu Qing's palace. Yang Zhao's birthday banquet was 10 days later, and the location was on the Great Elder's Greenwood Island. After all, the environment of Greenwood Island was much better than Ice Snow Island, so it was very suitable for this kind of thing. All the clansmen of the dragon race would be there, including Fu Ling, who was punished to guard the place. There weren't many clansmen of the dragon race. Yang Kai counted carefully this time, and there were only 18 of them. Including the newly born Yang Xiao, there were only 19, so there were no more than 20. Among them, there were only 7 dragon ladies, and the rest were all male dragon race members. The banquet was set up, and long tables were arranged on both sides. Each table could seat 2 people. The highest seats in the middle were naturally occupied by the Great Elder and the Second Elder, and the lower seats were divided according to bloodline. Those with higher bloodlines sat at the top, while those with lower bloodlines could only sit at the back. In fact, in terms of cultivation, except for the Great Elder and the Second Elder, the other clansmen of the dragon race didn't have much of a difference. But bloodline suppression was the most fundamental problem for the dragon race. With the same cultivation, an 8th order giant dragon could easily crush a 7th order giant dragon. Yang Kai was still a little embarrassed about where he should sit, but Fu Tianyi spoke first. Yang Kai? Yang Kai, you sit there. Her voice was slightly trembling, obviously not used to calling Yang Kai's name. After all, the two of them were like fire and water. However, because of Yang Zhao's birth, all of Fu Tianyi's dissatisfaction with Yang Kai had disappeared, and only gratitude was left. In addition, Yang Xiao valued Yang Kai a lot. If she really made Yang Kai unhappy, a casual word from him could destroy her relationship with Yang Xiao. A few days ago, she secretly went to Half Moon Island with Yang Xiao and heard Yang Kai talking about his parents. She was very grateful to him and fundamentally changed her impression of Yang Kai. Fu Tianyi also intended to mend her relationship with Yang Kai. Hearing her say that, Yang Kai looked over and saw that the seat Fu Tianyi was pointing at was at the front of the 2 rows of tables. Raising his eyebrows, Yang Kai cupped his hands and sat down without saying anything. Opposite him was 3rd Elder Fu Xian. Next to her was 5th Elder Zhu Qing, and opposite Zhu Qing was 4th Elder Zhu Kong. No one was surprised by this scene, and all of the dragon race took their seats. Yang Zhao's small body was squeezed between Zhu Yin and Fu Tianyi. He didn't take up much space, but he was dressed very jubilantly today. Clearly, Fu Tianyi had put a lot of thought into his clothes. However, the little guy was very mischievous as he sat there. From time to time, he would wink at Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai to glare at him. Only then did he settle down. Zhu Yin lightly clapped his hands. Immediately, beautiful women shuttled up and presented plates of exquisite spirit fruits and nectar. These women weren't from the dragon race, but Dragon Island didn't lack them. Almost all of the male dragon race islands had such people. Each of them was as beautiful as a flower, and each of them was 1 in a million. Not only were their looks extraordinary, but their cultivation wasn't low either. However, today, these women were only maids. They clearly knew about the recent happy events on Dragon Island and heard about Yang Kai's actions. Therefore, when they served the fine wine and delicacies, they curiously sized up Yang Kai. They wanted to see what kind of person he was to make the dragon race treat him as a guest of honor. Chapter 33:53. The purpose of today's banquet was to celebrate the birth of a new member of the dragon race. When everyone was present, the great elder didn't say much and only said a few simple words. Everyone raised their cups and drank together. The wine was dragon saliva wine. It was also a specialty of Dragon Island. It was personally brewed by the great elder and stored for 3,000 years. The fragrance of the wine was mellow and rich. Even the great elder himself couldn't bear to drink too much. But today, there were dozens of jars. It was as if he wanted everyone to drink until they were drunk. It was enough to show the joy in his heart. The food and spirit fruits on the table were also not ordinary things. Which one of the things on Dragon Island wasn't in existence that made the world jealous? Even the people of the Emperor Realm were greatly beneficial to their cultivation. If an unrelated outsider saw this scene, they would definitely feel distressed. These things were all rare treasures of heaven and earth, but today, they were gobbled up by a group of dragons. Anyone who saw this would scold them for being a wastrel. The atmosphere was lively. Fu Tun had a smile on her face all the time. She also drank a few more cups of wine. Her pure white face was flushed red. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. He never thought that Fu Tun, this woman, would have such a side. The few dragon ladies went down together and danced lightly, causing a series of cheers. The entire Greenwood Island was filled with dragon roars. Yang Xiao sat on top and seemed a little bored. Children were naturally lively. Although the atmosphere in front of him was lively, it wasn't something he could participate in. Naturally, he felt a little bored. He secretly poured a cup of wine from Zhu Yin and wanted to taste it, but it was snatched away by Fu Tun. She sternly scolded Yang Xiao, making him feel a little dejected. Fu Tun felt distressed when she saw this. She hugged him and whispered to him. It wasn't easy for him to recover. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the meat show began. Just like what Zhu Qing said before, since it was Yang Zhao's birthday banquet, as the elders, they naturally had to give some gifts. Yang Xiao was obviously looking forward to it. After getting the Great Elder's permission, he immediately jumped down and cupped his hands in front of Yang Kai. He said with a smile, "This child greets foster father. I wonder what kind of gift foster father has prepared for this child today?" As soon as these words came out, the group of dragons laughed. Zhu Yin even scolded with a smile, "Brat, you're shameless. How can you ask someone for something like this?" Yang Xiao, however, said with conviction, "It's natural for a son to ask for something from his father. What does this matter? If foster father has something good, how can I be left out?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tapped him lightly, smiling. "I don't have a generous gift, but I do have a few bottles of pills. Do you want them?" "What kind of pills?" "Take a look," Yang Kai said and threw out a space ring. Although he had a lot of good things on hand, the most useful thing for Yang Xiao at this stage was undoubtedly the dragon blood pill. He had just been born and needed to improve his bloodline and grow quickly, so he and Zhu Qing had each prepared a few bottles of dragon blood pills, enough for Yang Xiao to consume for a long time. Yang Xiao took the space ring and took out a jade bottle from it. Without any hesitation, he opened the jade bottle in front of Yang Kai. Immediately, a delicate fragrance filled the air. Looking inside, he smiled happily. "Thank you, foster father." He wanted to put the space ring on his hand, but his fingers were too small and couldn't fit, so he could only stuff it into his bosom. Turning around, he bowed to Zhu Qing and said, "Greetings, foster mother." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many of the dragon race became strange. Yang Xiao calling Yang Kai foster father wasn't a big deal. After all, Yang Kai wasn't a member of the dragon race. However, Zhu Qing was a member of the dragon race. In terms of seniority, she was a generation younger than the Great Elder and Second Elder, but the same generation as Yang Xiao. Now, this title of foster mother actually gave her a generation's worth of seniority, allowing her to sit on equal footing with the Great Elder and Second Elder. This relationship was really messy. These were some minor details, but no one cared too much. After a while, Yang Xiao also received some dragon blood pills from Zhu Qing and happily accepted them. Next, the little fatty went to greet each of the dragon race's elders and brothers and sisters. Every member of the dragon race had prepared valuable gifts in advance. The little fatty's hands went limp from receiving so many gifts that he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. After all, he was the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder, so how could the gifts from the dragon race be too poor? They were all treasures of their respective families. If the gifts were too light, they wouldn't be good enough. Even Qiongqi didn't miss out. Old Qiong was drinking dragon saliva wine when Yang Xiao suddenly jumped in front of him. He could only reluctantly take out a bead and give it to Yang Xiao. It was an Emperor Authority bead, and judging from the aura emitted from the Emperor Authority bead, it should be an Emperor Authority bead that old Qiong had condensed himself. In other words, Qiongqi's full power attack was sealed inside. To Yang Xiao, who was still weak, this was tantamount to a life-saving talisman. Yang Kai wasn't sure how strong Qiongqi was, but it shouldn't be much weaker than a rank 9 giant dragon. This gift could be considered a valuable gift, and it was probably given to Yang Kai's face. Yang Xiao walked around the stage, and in an instant, he had a harvest that would make 90% of the people in the world green with envy. It had to be said that one's background was really a good thing. After receiving the gifts, it was time for the main event. Today, not only would they celebrate the birth of a new member of the dragon race, but they would also test the attributes of this new member of the dragon race. The attributes of the dragon race were strange, but it was undeniable that no matter what attribute a dragon race member reached their limit, they would have a huge amount of energy. Most dragons belonged to one of the 5 elements, such as Zhu Qing's red dragon, but there were also some that did not, such as the thunder dragon and the green dragon. The stage was quickly cleared and Zhu Yin took out an object from his space ring and placed it on the ground. Yang Kai stared at it and found that it was actually a small altar, but there were many dragon patterns around it. These patterns were multicolored and looked extremely strange. After quietly asking Zhu Qing, Yang Kai learned that this was a divine object used to test the attributes of a new dragon race member. It was also a treasure passed down through the generations of the dragon race. It was so old that even the Great Elder couldn't describe its origins, but every new dragon race member had to experience it. Only by determining their attributes would they be able to develop in that direction in the future. A group of dragon race members gathered around to prepare for the testing ceremony. So Yang Kai and Xiongqi, the two outsiders, were naturally excluded. Today, Emo Xiaoqi did not come, perhaps because she was too embarrassed to see Yang Kai again. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yang Xiao ascended the tiny altar step by step under Zhu Yan's instructions. After that, he sat down cross-legged with his palms facing the sky and his eyes closed tightly. He seemed somewhat solemn and dignified. Dragon race voices rang out, each of the dragon race members wearing solemn expressions as they urged their dragon race origins to perform their secret techniques. Dragon breaths filled the air and poured into the altar. The altar soon flashed with light, and the dragon patterns around it seemed to come to life, each one blooming with a different color. The sound of dragon breaths suddenly rose and fell, rising and falling, causing the world around Greenwood Island to shake. The light on the altar grew brighter and brighter, creating a colorful spectacle. At a certain moment, these lights suddenly separated, turning into balls of light of different colors that revolved around Yang Xiao. Many dragon race members stared at Yang Xiao with wide eyes. Yang Kai was also watching, feeling that the ceremony had reached a critical juncture. With a whoosh, a red ball of light collapsed. Yang Kai raised his brow, secretly thinking that this meant that Yang Xiao did not have a fire dragon origin in his body. This little guy was the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder, so although it was possible for him to be born with an origin of other attributes, the possibility of it being inherited was still high. Moreover, he was a little white dragon when he was born, so logically speaking, he should be an ice dragon. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk a blue ball of light also collapsed. Asterisk whoosh 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 whoosh. Asterisk one ball of light after another shattered, and not long after, there were only two balls of light hovering around Yang Xiao. One was blue and the other was white. Among the two balls of light, one was emitting the aura of wood attribute, while the other was emitting the aura of ice attribute. This was in line with his own inheritance. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the blue ball of light shattered. Zhu Yin grimaced, obviously feeling that it was a pity that Yang Xiao could not inherit his origin, but Fu Tin looked happy and a smile bloomed on his face. But this smile quickly turned into astonishment, because the white ball of light actually shattered along with the blue ball of light. The altar dimmed, and there was no more light ball around Yang Xiao. The voices of the dragon race members came to an abrupt halt as they stared at the scene in front of them in astonishment. Zhu Yan's body swayed, and Fu Tin's face instantly turned pale, not daring to believe his eyes. What's going on? Yang Kai opened his eyes wide with a blank expression. Although he did not quite understand, he could tell that something was wrong with the situation. Xiongqi rubbed his chin and said, "This doesn't make sense. What's wrong?" Yang Kai turned to look at him. Xiongqi said, "All the balls of light have disappeared, which means that the dragon race's origin in his body does not match all the attributes contained in the altar, or rather, he does not have the dragon race's origin in his body." Yang Kai stared and said, "Without the dragon race's origin, how is this possible?" This was obviously impossible. If he did not have the dragon race's origin, how could Yang Xiao have such pure dragon aura? How could he have taken on the form of a little white dragon when he was just born? Only with the dragon race's origin could he transform into the true form of a giant dragon. Xiongqi shrugged and said, "That's why this old man said it doesn't make sense." He had also seen the little white dragon with his own eyes, but how could he explain the scene in front of him? The abnormal silence in the surroundings clearly made Yang Xiao feel it. He opened his eyes and looked at Fu Tin, asking with an expectant expression, "Mother, what attribute does this child have?" Fu Tin opened her mouth, but before she could say a word, tears actually flowed down first. Why was her child's life so hard? He almost died when he was still in the egg, and now that he was finally hatched, he actually failed to pass the dragon race's ritual test? Chapter 3354. Mother, why are you crying? Yang Xiao stood up from the altar and looked at Fu Ti in a daze. Fu Ti shook her head and didn't say anything. Her eyes were filled with pain. Yang Xiao vaguely realized that something was wrong and turned to look at Zhu Yin, Father, what's wrong? Zhu Yan's expression seemed to have aged quite a bit. His lips squirmed a few times before he finally let out a long sigh. The ritual has failed. The originally festive and lively birthday banquet was now filled with a heavy atmosphere because of the failure of the ritual. What do you mean by it has failed? Yang Xiao had a puzzled expression. Zhu Yan didn't know how to explain it to him. Fu Xian sighed and walked forward. She stretched out her hand to touch Yang Xiao's little head and said softly, "The ritual has failed. It means that you don't have the dragon race's origin in your body, or your origin isn't pure." Yang Xiao pointed at himself with his little finger and said in shock, "I don't have the dragon race's origin? Impossible." Yang Kai strode forward and pushed away the dragon race that had gathered around the altar. He said solemnly, "How can this brat not have the dragon race's origin?" When he was hatching that day, he revealed his dragon race's true form. This was something that old Xiong and I saw with our own eyes. As soon as he said that, Fu Ti and Zhu Yin looked at him eagerly. They didn't see when Yang Xiao revealed his true form that day. When they rushed over, Yang Xiao had already transformed into his human form. At that time, they felt that their son was indeed extraordinary to be able to transform into his human form as soon as he was born. Now that they heard Yang Kai's words, they secretly felt that it made sense. If he didn't have the dragon race's origin, or if his origin wasn't pure, how could he reveal his dragon race's true form? They couldn't help but turn to look at Xiongqi. Xiongqi nodded with a solemn expression, indicating that Yang Kai was right. "Brat, show us your true form." Yang Kai looked at Yang Xiao and said, as long as he could show his true form, it meant that he had the complete dragon race's origin in his body. The reason why he couldn't pass this ritual might be that there was a problem somewhere else, and the root of the problem wasn't Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao clenched his teeth and nodded heavily. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Before everyone's gazes, Yang Xiao remained motionless, his dragon aura fluctuating. A moment later, Yang Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yang Kai with a bewildered expression. "I can't do it." Yang Kai glared at her. "What do you mean you can't do it?" Yang Xiao pouted. "If you can't do it, you can't do it." When Zhu Yin and Fu Tian heard this, their original trace of anticipation completely turned into despair. Fu Tian seemed to want to say something, but after moving his lips a few times, he was unable to say anything. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. How could he not do it? He remembered the little white dragon clearly. It had a white jade-like body and a body of 20 to 30 feet. Although it was still small, it already had the appearance of a giant dragon. Since it was a dragon when it was hatched, why couldn't it do it now? "Did you put in effort?" Yang Kai asked. I put in a lot of effort." Yang Xiao was a little flustered. If he wasn't a dragon race member, then what was he? Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, take it slow. Take a deep breath and calm down first." Yang Xiao heard this and did as he was told. Yang Kai said again, "Follow your instincts and think about how you look like when you roam the world. You are a dragon race member, so there's no reason you can't show your dragon race true form." Yang Xiao carried out Yang Kai's suggestion meticulously. His little face slowly turned red. After a long time, he suddenly let out a breath and looked at Yang Kai with disappointment. He still couldn't show his dragon race true form. He turned his head to look at Zhu Yin and Fu Qiongqi, but when he saw the disappointment in his parents' eyes, his heart couldn't help but jump. He suddenly shouted and jumped down from the altar and ran away. "Lin Fu Qiongqi was shocked and quickly chased after him. Yang Kai gave a look to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing also hurriedly followed behind, afraid that the little guy would get into an accident. The whole place was silent. Yang Kai looked up at Zhu Yin and said, "Great Elder, is there a problem with this altar?" Zhu Yin frowned and said, "There can't be a problem with the altar, and the ceremony can't be wrong. Lin couldn't show his true form just now. You also saw it." After a pause, he looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. "Little Yang, this old man wants to ask you a question. You have to answer me honestly." Yang Kai immediately said, "If what I saw that day is wrong, I will gouge out my eyes and give them to you." While speaking, he used 2 fingers to point at his eyes. Zhu Yin was confused and said, "Impossible. Since he could show his true form that day, why can't he do it now?" Yang Kai hesitated and frowned. Could the problem be with me? You? Zhu Yin looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, "This little guy is the son of you and second elder. There is no reason that he can't be a dragon race, but I was the one who hatched him. I think that if there is a problem, it will definitely be because of me. Could it be that when I was hatching him, my human bloodline affected him, causing his essence to become impure?" Hearing what he said, Zhu Yin also felt that it made sense and nodded. It is possible. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit of a toothache. If that is the case, then it is me who harmed him. Zhu Yin comforted him. You don't have to think like that. If it weren't for you, Lin wouldn't have been born. No matter what, you gave him life, even if it caused his essence to become impure. It is not your fault. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Smelly brat won't hold a grudge against me, right? Zhu Yin said, he wouldn't dare. If that was the case, then he would be ungrateful. Yang Xiao has been performing well these days. His character is very likable. He shouldn't have such thoughts. After pondering for a moment, he said, "What's more, there is a problem with Lin Er's dragon egg. That is why it hasn't hatched. It is very likely that it is congenitally deficient. It is not your fault." Yang Kai said, "No matter what the reason is, if his essence is really impure, how will Dragon Island deal with him? Dragon race is a race that places great importance on the purity of blood. Only the true dragon race is qualified to live in Dragon Palace. All impure bloodlines are placed in Half-Dragon City. Even if Yang Xiao is the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder, there is no exception. Therefore, Yang Kai's problem is very difficult for Zhu Yin. With Fu Tianyi's care for Yang Xiao, if he really sent Yang Xiao to Half-Dragon City, Fu Tianyi will go all out. But if his bloodline is impure, how can he stay in Dragon Palace? Seeing that he doesn't know how to answer, Yang Kai immediately said, "When the time comes, I will take him away from here. The outside world is even more exciting." Zhu Yin cast a grateful look at Yang Kai. Now it seems, this is the best way. He is not worried about handing Yang Xiao over to Yang Kai. After all, the little guy was hatched by Yang Kai. Even if there is no continuation of the bloodline, that kind of intimate relationship is not much different from a real father and son. I am going to take a look at that boy. He is young, but his temper is not small. He is turning the sky upside down. Yang Kai snorted, turned around and left. After experiencing such a thing, the people of the dragon race are not in the mood to celebrate. They comforted the Great Elder for a while, then left one after another. Each and every one of them sighed. Before today, no one would have thought that the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder would have impure bloodline. Although the culprit is very likely to be Yang Kai, this kind of thing can't be blamed on him. Just as Zhu Yin said, without Yang Kai's hard work and hatching, Yang Xiao would not be born. Not to mention, Yang Xiao's dragon egg is congenitally deficient. At the edge of Greenwood Island, Fu Zhan stood on the beach. Looking at a reef in front of her from afar, she had a feeling of anxiousness. She wanted to get closer, but she was worried about personal gains and losses. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Fu Zhan turned her head and saw Yang Kai striding over, as if seeing a life-saving straw. She grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said with red eyes, "Yang Kai, Lin doesn't want to talk to me. Help me persuade him. Please help me persuade him. I was wrong in the past. I am here to apologize to you." Yang Kai lowered his head and glanced at Fu Ti's hand that was grabbing his and sighed in his heart. He knew that this second elder of the dragon race was already in a mess. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so humble. Previously at the birthday banquet, although she wanted to repair the relationship between them, she only expressed her affection to him, but now she was begging him and even apologizing. This is the second elder of the dragon race, an existence comparable to the great emperors. But she is also a mother. Yang Kai said with a black face, "You are his mother. How could he dare to ignore you?" Fu Zhan said, "It must be my attitude from before that made him sad. Please help me persuade him." Yang Kai said angrily, "What is there to persuade? You are his mother. You should do anything to him. If he dares to ignore you, watch me beat him up." After saying that, he shook off Fu Zhan's hand and strode forward. Fu Zhan suddenly became nervous and shouted from behind, "Don't hit him! Don't hit him!" Seeing Yang Kai turning a deaf ear, Fu Zhan quickly changed her words, "Be gentle, be gentle." Yang Kai shook his head and sighed. He felt that Fu Zhen might be a qualified elder of the dragon race, but she was definitely not a qualified mother. But as long as it was related to Yang Xiao, she seemed to be unable to think normally. Previously, he had told Zhu Qing that a loving mother would lead to a wastrel, but from the looks of it now, Zhu Qing was nothing. Fu Zhen was the one who was truly a loving mother would lead to a wastrel. If Yang Xiao was really allowed to grow up by her side, he might really become a domineering and arrogant person in the future. But Yang Xiao's background was so huge, it would be too late if he caused any trouble outside in the future. This made Yang Kai even more determined to take Yang Xiao away. At the very least, he couldn't let him grow up by Fu Zhen's side, unless Fu Zhen could change and stop pampering him blindly. On the reef, the waves were crashing. Yang Xiao's small body sat by the reef. His entire body was soaked, but he didn't seem to feel it. His 2 feet were in the sea, and Zhu Qing was beside him, looking at him helplessly. Yang Kai walked over and stood behind Yang Xiao, then waved at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing nodded and flew back to the beach, standing side by side with Fu Zhen. "Is my mother still there?" Yang Xiao suddenly asked. Yang Kai acknowledged and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "Your mother is very sad. I heard that you don't want to care about her." Chapter 33:55. Who says I don't want to talk to her? Yang Xiao loudly retorted. His voice suddenly became low as he said shyly, "It's just that I don't know how to face her." Yang Kai snorted, "She's your mother. What is there that you don't know how to face?" Yang Xiao lowered his little head and said in a low voice, "She seems very disappointed." "Of course she's disappointed. Your ritual failed. Do you expect her to be happy? How can she be happy?" Yang Xiao blinked and said, "But I don't want to disappoint her." Yang Kai grinned and patted his head. "She didn't dote on you for nothing. It's good that she thinks this way." Yang Xiao dejectedly said, "But my essence isn't pure." Yang Kai interrupted him, "It's too early to say that. Who knows if there was a problem with the ritual? When you were born, you had the dragon race's true body. How could your essence be impure? Little brat, you should know that only the most orthodox dragon race essence can manifest the dragon race's true body. For example, although I also have the dragon race's essence and it's extremely high level, because I still have some human bloodline, I can only manifest half a dragon. When my human bloodline fades away one day, I will be able to manifest a true dragon." Yang Xiao said with a blank expression, "But why couldn't I manifest it just now?" "You'll have to ask yourself. Maybe you were too nervous? Or maybe you weren't familiar with it." Yang Kai shrugged. "I can't explain this to you. You'll have to find the answer yourself." Yang Xiao nodded with a solemn expression. Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Besides, even if you don't have the dragon race's essence, or if your essence isn't pure, so what? This world doesn't belong to the dragon race. Which of the 10 great emperors were born in the dragon race? Without the dragon race's protection, you can't grow? If your origin source is not pure, you can't reach the peak?" Yang Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Father, isn't it too early to tell me this? I'm still a child." "What little?" Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked him on the head. He glared at him and said, "How can there be a child like you? You hit me again." Yang Xiao covered his head with both hands, looking aggrieved. Yang Kai rubbed his head and said, "Don't be so unhappy. You have to know that your emotions can affect others, especially your mother. You are her favorite now. If you are unhappy, she will be even more unhappy." Yang Xiao sternly said, "This child will remember. Then this child will go and apologize to her now, so that she won't be unhappy." Saying this, he stood up. "There's no rush." Yang Kai pulled him down and sat beside him. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Let me ask you something. Do you want to leave the Dragon Island with me?" As soon as he said this, Yang Xiao's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "I can leave the Dragon Island?" Yang Kai said, "You can't at first, but now, you can." After thinking about it carefully, Yang Xiao also understood the meaning of this sentence. If his origin source was pure, then he was the orthodox dragon race. He naturally had to stay here to grow and cultivate. But now that his origin source was not pure, he couldn't stay at the Dragon Palace anymore. No matter how much Fu Shun loved him, he couldn't break this rule. He would have to send him away sooner or later. Compared to the half-dragon city, leaving with Yang Kai was undoubtedly a better choice. After thinking it through, Yang Xiao immediately clapped his hands with a smile. So there is such a good thing when one's origin is not pure. If I had known earlier, I would have rejoiced. Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. Why do I feel that you are not very willing to stay on the Dragon Island? Yang Xiao snorted and scratched his face. It's not that I am not willing to stay on the Dragon Island. It's just that I feel that my mother is too clingy. I feel uncomfortable doing anything. Yang Kai put on a fake smile and said, Stinky brat, you don't know how lucky you are. How many people are envious of you, and you are still complaining about it. Yang Xiao smiled apologetically and said, Foster father, you have the biggest fist. Whatever you say makes sense. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He felt that his education seemed to be a bit problematic. After some persuasion, it didn't solve the knot in Yang Xiao's heart, but at the very least, it calmed him down. They also talked about the wonders of the outside world for a while, making Yang Xiao even more eager to experience that boundless scenery. Half an hour later, the little guy finally arrived in front of Fu Shun under Yang Kai's lead. He apologized to Fu Shun with a sincere attitude, causing Fu Shun to hug him and cry bitterly. He repeatedly blamed himself for being a mother, causing the little guy to suffer such torment in this lifetime. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were speechless as they watched from the side. Yang Xiao was led back by Fu Shun, while Yang Kai and Zhu Qing returned to Half Moon Island. The next day, as soon as the sky brightened, Zhu Yin and Fu Shun came together. Naturally, Yang Xiao also came with them. After sending Yang Xiao to wait outside, the four master entered the guest hall. Zhu Yin and Fu Shun explained the purpose of their visit, and Yang Kai asked curiously, You want me to bring Shower into the Dragon Hall? Zhu Yin nodded and said, That's right. I thought about what you said yesterday, and I think it makes sense. Maybe something went wrong during the ceremony, which caused Shower to fail. After that, I also carefully checked the condition of Shower's body and found that there shouldn't be any problems with his body. Although I couldn't find the source, how can he not be a dragon race member with such pure dragon breath? Perhaps his source is hidden somewhere, and this old man has not been able to discover it. So this old man would like to ask you to bring Shower into the Dragon Palace so that the ancestors of my dragon clan can examine and verify it. Yang Kai said, Why do you need me to do this? Both of you can go ahead. Zhu Yin shook his head and said, The Dragon Hall is the resting place of the ancestors of the dragon race. Unless there is something big, my dragon race is not to be disturbed easily. It's really not convenient for me to do this. It was just helping Yang Xiao to inspect the source, so it wasn't a big deal. Fu Shun said, Yang Kai, you are not a member of the dragon race, so you can naturally not follow this rule, so it's better for you to do this. Yang Kai was happy in his heart. How sacred was the Dragon Hall? Unless there was something big, the dragon race itself was not to be disturbed easily. Instead, it was him, an outsider, who could enter at will. Thinking about it, it was probably Zhu Yin and his wife who wanted to give him face. Firstly, it was to let him bring Yang Xiao into the Dragon Hall to inspect his source, and secondly, it was to satisfy his wish. After all, he had been clamoring to go to the Dragon Hall last time, and even cultivated so many dragon blood flowers. In the end, Fu Shun went back on his words, which made him so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Only then did he return and steal Yang Xiao's dragon eggs. Thinking of this, Yang Kai nodded and said, If the two of you insist, then I will take him there. Zhu Qing glanced at him from the side. She was obviously very happy in her heart, but he still pretended to be reluctant. Really? After the matter was settled, he did not delay and immediately set off in the direction of the Dragon Hall. The dragon race was a race with a long lifespan, but no matter how long their lifespan was, there would still be a day when they died of old age. There were two places where the dead dragon race slept. One was the Dragon Tomb, and the other was the Dragon Hall. The Dragon Tomb was the eternal resting place of most of the dragon race. There were the remains of the dragon race after death. Because the dragon race was powerful when they were alive, the corpse aura after death was also very strong. Yang Kai had never entered that place before. He only heard that it was gloomy inside. Even Fu Xin, who was such a strong person, almost died in there after being exiled for more than 10 years. The Dragon Hall was the place where the dragon soul of each generation's great elder of the dragon race was worshipped after death. In other words, in the Dragon Hall, only the great elder of the dragon race was qualified to be worshipped after death. For example, Zhu Yin and Fu Dun did not have this qualification, and the dragon souls of the great elders worshipped in there protected the entire dragon race. The protection technique drawn from the Dragon Hall could make the bloodline suppression of the dragon race thin or even ineffective. Of course, the precious experience of the many dragon souls in the Dragon Hall was the greatest wealth. It must be known that starting from the first great elder of the dragon race until today, there had been more than 10 generations of dragon race dragon souls living in there. Yang Kai used the power of the golden divine dragon source in the Dragon Hall that day, causing the dragon souls of the dragon race elders to appear together. It was simply an invincible existence. In the Dragon Hall, even if Zhu Yin and Fu Dun joined forces, it was impossible for them to be Yang Kai's opponent. Yang Kai still remembered that among the dragon souls that appeared that day, the longest one was more than 100 zhang long. That should be the dragon soul of the first great elder of the dragon race. A body that was more than 100 zhang long. What rank was that dragon vein? Yang Kai was not sure, but from the size of Zhu Qing's rank 9 dragon vein, which was 300 to 400 zhang long, Zhu Yin and Fu Dun estimated it to be 400 to 500 zhang long or 500 to 600 zhang long. 100 zhang long, it was very likely that it was at the peak of rank 12. However, as time passed, the dragon race was no longer as glorious as before, and the dragon souls of the great elders became shorter and shorter. The Dragon Hall was not far away, but it was not close either. Everyone flew all the way, and in less than half a day, they arrived at their destination. Looking from afar, the Dragon Hall seemed to be towering above the clouds, ethereal and without a trace. Its aura was everlasting, majestic, and vigorous, and it did not collapse even after experiencing hundreds of thousands of years of wind and frost. Not just anyone could enter the Dragon Hall. Only those with the bloodline of the dragon race were qualified to enter, otherwise, they would definitely be crushed into powder by the boundless dragon aura. Landing in front of the Dragon Hall, Zhu Yin raised his hand and took out a dragon-shaped token. A ray of light shot out from it, shooting straight ahead. Soon, a cloud appeared in front of them. The cloud started to spin faster and faster, and soon, a vortex that they could pass through appeared. Fu Dun crouched down and seriously reminded Yang Xiao, "After you enter, you must listen to your foster father. Don't run around, understand?" Yang Xiao nodded obediently. "This child will remember." Fu Dun raised his head and looked at Yang Kai. "I'll leave it to you." Yang Kai waved his hand and smiled. "Second great elder is too polite. Since Xiao calls me foster father, I will not let anything happen to him." He waved his hand at Yang Xiao and said, "Let's go." 2 figures, one big and one small, stepped into the vortex together, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Fu Dun watched anxiously, as if his heart had followed in. As soon as Yang Zhao's figure disappeared, he became somewhat dispirited and restless. Zhu Yin sighed and comforted. "Don't worry, Yang Kai is watching." Fu Dun turned a deaf ear to him, only staring at the Dragon Hall. Chapter 3356. Passing through the cloud-like vortex, Yang Kai pulled Yang Zhao's small hand and stepped into the Dragon Temple. In a trance, Yang Kai felt his hand lighten, and when he turned his head to look, he was immediately taken aback. Yang Xiao, who was being held by his hand, had disappeared without a trace, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Just a moment ago, he had vowed to Zhu Yin and Fu Tin that he would take good care of Yang Xiao, but in the blink of an eye, he had lost him. So how was he supposed to take care of him? "Shower! Shower!" Yang Kai shouted loudly, his vigorous voice echoing in the empty and lonely hall, but there was no response. Releasing his divine sense, he found that it was suppressed to a range of 10 meters, making it impossible for him to detect anything further. This was not the first time he had entered the Dragon Temple. Last time, when Wukong borrowed the power of the Dragon Temple to break through the void and infiltrate the territory of the lower star, Yang Kai had entered to investigate the situation. At that time, He had also used the corridor opened by Wukong to follow them. The last time he came here, this strange thing did not happen. So how could it happen this time? He vaguely felt that this matter was related to the dragon souls of the previous generations in the Dragon Temple. These dragon souls were enshrined here, and although they had been dead for many years, they still contained great power. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly shouted, "Get out here, all of you!" Under the stimulation of the golden divine dragon source, a resounding dragon roar sounded. The next moment, the deep and vast hall responded with a series of dragon roars. Rays of light flashed, 1, 2, 3. On the sky reaching pillars in all directions, huge dragon shadows appeared and circled around Yang Kai. Every dragon shadow was vivid and lifelike, retaining the majesty they had when they were alive to the greatest extent. As the dragon pressure fluctuated, the space around Yang Kai began to ripple as if it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, his eyes sweeping over the dragon shadows as he asked in a deep voice, "Where is the boy who came in with me? Where did you put him?" The many dragon souls were silent and did not respond at all. They just quietly stared at him. "Are you deaf?" Yang Kai's face darkened. He didn't know if these dragon souls still had any intelligence, or if they were only left with some primitive instincts after being eroded by the endless flowing time Great Emperor, but he definitely couldn't let anything happen to Yang Xiao. "Answer me," Yang Kai roared. His voice was like a real dragon's roar, piercing through the 9 heavens. This time, there was finally a response, and the dragon soul with the largest body suddenly raised its head slightly before turning toward a certain direction. Yang Kai looked in the same direction. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void, and he saw the scene on the other side. He saw Yang Xiao sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. His expression was calm, and there was nothing wrong with his body. His breathing was steady, and colorful lights lingered around him, constantly entering and leaving his body. It looked extremely strange. Yang Kai stared for a while before frowning at the first-generation elder's dragon soul and asked, "Do you know why I brought him in?" Although he didn't know how he could be sure, seeing the situation on Yang Zhao's side, he knew that the dragon souls in the Dragon Temple were inspecting Yang Zhao's source, so from the very beginning, Yang Xiao had been taken away and was also in the Dragon Temple. However, without the help of these dragon souls, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to see his existence at all. He wouldn't even have been able to determine where he was. Nodding, Yang Kai said, "His source is a little strange, so I need your help to take a look." "Since that's the case, you can continue." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Zhao's side became pitch black again, and what he saw just now disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai also felt a little relieved. Since the dragon souls in the Dragon Temple were willing to do so, to a large extent, it meant that there was no problem with Yang Zhao's source. Otherwise, these dragon souls would have definitely rejected him. The Dragon Temple was a sacred place, so how could just anyone set foot in it? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "There is one more thing I would like to ask you all. I want to cultivate some dragon race secret techniques, but I don't know where to start." Under normal circumstances, the Divine Spirit's source had inherited all the inheritances, so as long as there was a suitable opportunity, each Divine Spirit would be able to obtain the inheritance and memories of their ancestors. Naturally, many secret techniques would not be a problem and could be used instinctively. Yang Kai also comprehended a lot, such as the profound and complicated dragon language. He had never learned it from anyone, but after cultivating the dragon transformation secret art, everything seemed to be instinctive. The only thing that made Yang Kai dissatisfied was that he couldn't comprehend many secret techniques from the source, so he didn't know what the situation was with his golden divine dragon source. His purpose in coming to the Dragon Temple was naturally to comprehend some useful secret techniques. With such an opportunity in front of him, he couldn't easily miss it. Hearing him say so, the 1,000-meter-long first-generation elder suddenly opened his dragon mouth and spat out a snow-white ball of light, which shot straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was given a fright, thinking that his words had angered the first-generation Great Elder, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that this wasn't the case. The aura contained within this ball of light was incomparably mysterious, and although it contained a tremendous amount of energy, it didn't contain any killing intent. "This is Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he thought of a possibility. Seeing the ball of light descend towards him, he quickly sat down cross-legged and lowered his head. As the ball of light fell, it released a dazzling light that enveloped Yang Kai. In an instant, Yang Kai felt as if a massive amount of information was crazily pouring into his mind, causing his knowledge to roar and his head to ache. Wisdom imbuement. Overjoyed, Yang Kai guarded his mind and tried his best to absorb the information contained within the ball of light. Time slowly passed, and after an unknown amount of time, the light that had been enveloping Yang Kai gradually dissipated. Without waiting for the light to completely dissipate, the second dragon soul spat out another ball of light, once again enveloping Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face twitched, feeling that the development of the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. Although he wanted to comprehend some divine technique of the dragon race from the Dragon Temple, he hadn't expected the first-generation Great Elders' dragon souls to be so enthusiastic, directly choosing to pour these things into him through the method of enlightenment. If it had only been 2 or 3 times, it would have been fine, but the key was that there were over a dozen first-generation Great Elders' dragon souls here. This was really pain and joy. Sitting on the ground, Yang Kai's expression was brilliant as he meticulously absorbed the various essences. Slowly, the pain faded away and Yang Kai fell into a state of emptiness, no longer able to feel anything outside his body. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, which were overflowing with divine light. Obviously, he had gained a lot. Blinking, the light faded. Looking up again, Yang Kai saw that the dozen or so dragon soul phantoms around him were obviously much dimmer than when he first saw them. Knowing that they must have consumed a lot of energy, Yang Kai cupped his fists respectfully to express his gratitude. The first-generation Great Elders' dragon soul phantoms all nodded before disappearing without a trace amidst a series of dragon roars. Suddenly, a strong repulsive force hit him, and in a flash, Yang Kai found himself outside the Dragon Temple. Zhang Xin looked around and saw Yang Xiao, who was standing beside him, frowning unhappily. Clearly, he had just been teleported out as well. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai rubbed his head. Yang Xiao shook his head. "I'm fine." Seeing the two of them appear, Zhu Yin and the others, who had been waiting for them, also hurriedly flew over. Fu Zhen observed Yang Xiao's expression and couldn't help but feel his heart sink. Not daring to ask him, he turned to Yang Kai and asked, "How is it?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "I don't know." Zhu Yin frowned and asked, "What do you mean by you don't know?" Yang Kai could only tell them that he and Yang Xiao were separated as soon as they entered, so he didn't know the situation on the other side. It wasn't until now that the two of them were teleported out together. Hearing this, Zhu Yin also understood that he couldn't get anything out of Yang Kai, so he could only look at Yang Xiao and ask, "What are the results of the ancestors' examination of you?" Yang Xiao lowered his head and didn't say a word. Although he didn't answer, his appearance was the best answer. Zhu Yin's body shook. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. In the end, he could only sigh silently and pat Yang Xiao's little head. Fu Zhen squatted down in front of Yang Xiao and said with a smile, "It's okay. You are Mother's child. So what if your origin is impure? Mother will take care of you in the future." "Mother, I'm sorry." Yang Xiao's mouth shriveled, and he threw himself into Fu Zhen's arms and burst into tears. How could this be? Yang Kai touched his chin with a puzzled look. He thought that since the Dragon Soul in the Dragon Hall was willing to let Yang Xiao examine, there should be no problem. How could it still be like this? Could it be that Yang Xiao was really congenitally deficient, or was he affected by his own incubation? Yang Xiao's every move was concerned about Fu Zhen's body and mind. She was already forcing a smile, and when the little guy cried like this, it naturally caused her to cry as well. The mother and son hugged each other and cried miserably. Zhu Yin was also upset as he watched from the side. Zhu Qing's comforting words were of no use. After the mother and son finally calmed down, Zhu Yin brought them away. Yang Kai was depressed all the way back to Half Moon Island with Zhu Qing. Although he had comforted Yang Xiao before that it was fine even if his origin was impure, those were just words of comfort. Only a member of the dragon race could understand the sorrow of having an impure origin. It was impossible to integrate into the race. Even though he was the son of the Great Elder and Second Elder, he was still an outsider to the dragon race. However, if that was the case, Yang Xiao would probably have to leave with him. He couldn't stay on Dragon Island, as forcing him to stay would only break the rules of the dragon race. However, Yang Kai couldn't figure out the reason for this. Was it Yang Zhao's congenitally deficient origin, or was it his own fault? Zhu Qing obviously noticed his uneasiness, so she served him very closely and gently for the next few days. Finally, his gloomy mood eased a little. Chapter 33:57. Yang Kai naturally didn't plan to stay any longer since the matter on Dragon Island had been settled. Although he was reluctant to part with Zhu Qing, he had already arranged a space array outside Dragon Island. It would be convenient for him to travel in the future, so it was time to leave. He had informed Imo Shaoqi a few days ago so that she could prepare in advance. Shaoqi would also leave with Yang Kai this time and return to Spirit Beast Island. Yang Kai was going to personally escort Imo Shaoqi back to Spirit Beast Island and arrange a space array while he was at it. Firstly, it was because of Li Wuyi's instructions, and secondly, it would be convenient for Imo Shaoqi to meet Fu Xian in the future. Zhu Yin came to see Yang Kai in advance and drank wine with Yang Kai all night. They didn't leave until dawn. They didn't speak for the whole night, but before they left, he said, "Take care of Xiao for us." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. He knew that Zhu Yin and Fu Xiao were going to let him take Yang Xiao away. Although the little guy was only a few days old, he was destined to be unable to stay in the Dragon Palace for long due to his various problems. Since he had to leave the Dragon Palace sooner or later, he might as well leave with Yang Kai. With Yang Kai taking care of him, Zhu Yin would feel more at ease. On the day of departure, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing waited on Half Moon Island. Imo Shaoqi and Fu Xian also rushed over. The mother and daughter were holding hands like a pair of sisters, whispering to each other. Fu Xian's eyes were full of reluctance. She had finally reunited with her daughter for such a long time, but they had to part today. Naturally, she was reluctant to part. After waiting for a long time, there was no sign of Yang Xiao. Yang Kai frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling. After waiting for a few hours, a red light flew over and landed in front of them, revealing Zhu Lai's figure. "Where are Great Elder and the others? Why aren't they here yet?" Zhu Qing asked. Zhu Lai's expression twitched as he replied, "Second Elder took Yang Xiao to hide." "He's hiding?" Zhu Qing was surprised. Yang Kai was also a little speechless. Although he knew that Fu Xiao was definitely unwilling to send Yang Xiao away, he didn't expect her to do such a thing. Zhu Lai said, "Great Elder asked me to come and tell you to wait for a while. He will send Yang Xiao." "Yes." Yang Kai. They waited for a day and a night. On the second day, Zhu Yin brought Yang Xiao to Half Moon Island. His old face was dark, and it was obvious that he was very angry. Fu Xiao followed closely with tear stains on his face. He looked at Yang Xiao, who was being carried by Zhu Yin. He knew that he couldn't go against this, so he could only bite his lips and cry secretly. Zhu Yin brought Yang Xiao to Yang Kai and said seriously, "I'll leave Xiao to you. If he doesn't listen to you, teach him a lesson." Yang Xiao immediately said, "Father, don't worry. I'll listen to foster father when I'm outside. I won't give him any trouble." His sensible look made Zhu Yin feel more at ease. He nodded slightly. Yang Kai looked at Fu Xiao and gently pushed Yang Xiao. "Say goodbye to your mother. We should go." Yang Xiao nodded. He walked to Fu Xiao and looked up at her. Fu Xiao's suppressed emotions finally broke out. She crouched down and hugged him, whispering something in his ear while sobbing. Yang Xiao nodded and wiped Fu Xiao's tears with his little hand, comforting her. After a long while, Fu Xiao calmed down and gave him a few more instructions. Yang Kai walked to her side and looked at her. "We should go." Fu Zhen nodded, suppressing the reluctance in her heart as she stuffed a space ring into Yang Zhao's hands, sniffling as she said, "Here's something Mother has prepared for you. If anyone dares to bully you outside, just mention Father and Mother's names and Father and Mother will stand up for you." "Yes, yes." Yang Xiao nodded repeatedly. Zhu Yin couldn't help but cover his old face. He thought to himself, isn't this asking him to commit a crime? He suddenly felt that letting Yang Xiao leave with Yang Kai wasn't a bad thing. If he really let the little guy stay on Dragon Island, with Fu Xiao's pampering attitude, he would definitely spoil the little guy. What kind of bullshit dragon race was this? Why did the second elder become like this after having a child? Yang Kai and the others finally left. They didn't let anyone send them off. On Half Moon Island, the three women looked at the departing figures in a daze. Their eyes were filled with concern. They sped all the way and arrived at the entrance after half a day. Fu Ling sensed the commotion and came to investigate. She was shocked when she saw Yang Xiao following beside Yang Kai. She only knew the whole story after asking. She didn't make things difficult for him. Yang Kai's position on Dragon Island was extraordinary. Every dragon race member would be polite to him. Moreover, she didn't have the courage to go against Yang Kai. She let him go without hesitation. They left Dragon Island through the entrance and rushed up from the bottom of the sea. After a short while, the four of them arrived above the sea. Yang Xiao looked around in surprise and clicked his tongue. This is the outside world? Why does it feel like it's no different from Dragon Island? Yang Kai smiled. What you see is just a drop in the ocean. This is the territory of the Eastern Sea. Dragon Island also has the sea, so there isn't much difference. You will see the difference between the outside world and Dragon Island in the future. Yang Xiao understood. So that's how it is. Let's go. We'll go to Spirit Beast Island first and send Xiaoqi home, Yang Kai said. Emo Xiaoqi immediately pouted. Since the blunder last time, Emo Xiaoqi was a little embarrassed to see Yang Kai again. Today, when she left Dragon Island with him, she was quiet and not as lively as before. But at this moment, when she heard that he wanted to send her back to Spirit Beast Island first, she was a little unhappy. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. He urged the space principles and formed a seal with his hands, preparing to use his space secret technique. Now that he was out of Dragon Island and in the star boundary, he exchanged their respective space beacons with Li Wu-Yi last time. So, it was very convenient for him to go to Spirit Beast Island. He only needed to communicate with the space spirit bead he gave to Li Wu-Yi, and he would be teleported to Li Wu-Yi's side in an instant. Li Wu-Yi should be on Spirit Beast Island now. At this moment, Emo Xiaoqi suddenly said, Big Brother Yang, let's fly to Spirit Beast Island. Yang Kai paused and looked at her suspiciously. Why? Although Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island were both in the Eastern Sea, there was still some distance between them. Yang Kai estimated that it would take him 7 or 8 days to fly there. Since they had such a convenient and fast method like space beacons, why would they need to fly there? It was a complete waste of time and energy. Emo Xiaoqi lowered her head and said, Doesn't Yang Xiao want to see the outside world? If we fly there, we can take him to see more of the wonders of the outside world. Yang Xiao was still looking around, but when he heard this, he immediately clapped his hands and said, Yes, adoptive father, let's fly there. He didn't even know if there was any other way to reach Spirit Beast Island other than flying. He just instinctively agreed, mainly because he heard that flying there would allow them to see more. Yang Kai stopped his hand seals and smiled helplessly. Why do I feel like you've been cooped up for many years? Yang Xiao said, It's not that I've been cooped up for many years. Although I was born not long ago, adoptive father, don't forget that I slept in that egg for a long time. Yang Kai could only nod when he heard his pitiful words. All right, since you all say so, let's fly there. Then, he turned his head and looked at Xiongqi. Xiongqi's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, Aren't you counting on me to fly there? Do you think it's easy for an old man like me? Although he cursed in his heart, he could only reveal Xiongqi's true body. Suddenly, a ferocious giant beast appeared in front of the three of them, looking majestic. The three of them jumped onto Xiongqi's back one by one. Yang Kai took out a blanket to cover himself and sat opposite Emo Xiaoqi, placing Yang Xiao between his legs. At first, Yang Xiao was looking at the scenery around him with great interest, but after looking around, it was either the sea or the island. He couldn't help but feel a little bored. He looked up at Emo Xiaoqi and asked, Elder Sister Xiaoqi, is Spirit Beast Island fun? Yang Kai knocked his head and said with a straight face, What did you call her? Yang Xiao covered his head with his hands and said, Elder Sister, what's the problem? Yang Kai said, Xiaoqi and I call each other brother and sister, and you are my son. You call her Elder Sister. What's the problem? Hearing this, Yang Xiao thought about it seriously and said, But, according to the seniority on Dragon Island, I should indeed call her elder sister. But according to adoptive father's seniority, she is 1 generation older than me. What should I do? Emo Xiaoqi pursed her lips and said with a smile, let's consider it our own. If you count according to your adoptive father's seniority, your relationship with many people will be very messy. Yang Xiao nodded in agreement. That makes sense. His voice was young and tender, but his tone was full of seniority, which made people laugh uncontrollably. Yang Kai also felt that it was true. After he hatched Yang Xiao, he really messed up a lot of seniority, so he no longer entangled himself in this matter. Yang Xiao asked again, is Spirit Beast Island fun? Emo Xiaoqi asked back, is Dragon Island fun? Yang Xiao shook his head like a rattle. For him, Dragon Island was really not fun at all. Not only was it not lively, but there was also a mother who was particularly clingy to him. Emo Xiaoqi said, Spirit Beast Island is the same for me. The two of them looked at each other and actually saw a feeling of kinship in each other's eyes. They couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Why are you sighing at such a young age? Yang Kai scolded the two of them. Emo Xiaoqi stuck out her tongue. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pinched Yang Xiao's chubby and tender face. I want to take this opportunity to talk business with you. Yang Xiao said vaguely, adoptive father, please speak. Yang Kai said, did your parents tell you how to cultivate in the future? Yang Xiao replied, Mother put the dragon transformation art in the ring she gave me. Yang Kai nodded and said, even if your bloodline is not pure, or you are congenitally deficient, you are still the descendant of 2 10th-order dragons. You more or less have the bloodline of the dragon race. The dragon transformation art is very suitable for your secret art. Cultivate it diligently, and you may have a chance to transform into a true dragon in the future. Chapter 3358. The dragon transformation art was undoubtedly very suitable for Yang Xiao, and Yang Kai was now able to cultivate dragon blood flowers and refine dragon blood pills. As long as there was enough supply in the future, Yang Xiao's bloodline should not be a problem for him to improve, so transforming into a true dragon was not impossible. Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly frowned. What are you twisting around for? Do you have hemorrhoids on your ass? Yang Xiao began twisting restlessly in front of him. Yang Xiao couldn't help scratching his head and saying timidly, adoptive father, there's something child doesn't know if he should say. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and looked at him suspiciously. Why do I feel like you've done something wrong? Because Yang Xiao was sitting between his legs, Yang Kai couldn't see Yang Xiao's expression at the moment, but he had a feeling that this smelly brat really had done something wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this. No one knew one's son better than his father. Yang Xiao's personality was largely inherited from his father, so some of Yang Xiao's reactions could allow Yang Kai to accurately infer many things. Of course not. Yang Xiao's tone became weaker as his eyes darted around. This time, even Emo Xiaoqi, who was sitting opposite him, noticed something was wrong and raised her eyes to signal Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled and said with a fake smile, Shower, if you want to say anything to adoptive father, just say it. You should know that no matter what, adoptive father will always be your most loyal listener. Yang Xiao coughed dryly and said, Let me say this first, you can't hit me. Yang Kai asked curiously, Why would I hit you for no reason? Don't worry, I won't hit you. Yang Xiao immediately looked up at Emo Xiaoqi and said, Elder sister Xiaoqi, you heard it too. Adoptive father said he won't hit me, so adoptive father is a man of his word. Emo Xiaoqi nodded. Of course, hurry up and say it. Don't keep us in suspense. Yang Xiao licked his lips and muttered softly, That's right. What? Yang Kai knocked on his head. Speak clearly. I didn't hear you. Yang Xiao immediately jumped up and shouted, You said you wouldn't hit me. Look, you did it again. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he said awkwardly, I'm used to it. I promise I won't fight later. Yang Xiao squinted at him. What if I don't believe you? Yang Kai snorted. While I can still talk to you, hurry up and say it, otherwise. There's no problem with my origin. Yang Xiao said quickly before hiding behind Emo Xiaoqi and staring at Yang Kai vigilantly. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, Yes, there's no problem with your origin. There's no problem with your origin. How do you know there's no problem with your origin? Yang Xiao said, I found out when I was tested in the Dragon Palace. Can you be more specific? Yang Kai raised his brow. Yang Xiao said proudly, I can transform into a true dragon. Haha. Yang Kai laughed and looked at Yang Xiao excitedly. Can you really transform into a true dragon? Absolutely, adoptive father. Please take a look. As soon as these words fell, Yang Xiao's figure twisted and turned into a little white dragon as clear as jade. Just like when Yang Kai first saw him, he was white and flawless, as if he was carved out of white jade, and his body was about 2 to 3 meters long. However, Yang Xiao didn't maintain his true dragon form for too long. He only showed it for a moment before he transformed back into his human form, proving that he indeed had the ability to transform into a true dragon. Yang Kai clapped his hands and said, Good. The huge rock in his heart finally fell to the ground. Yang Xiao's failure in the previous ceremony almost became his sore point, because he always suspected if he did something inappropriate when he was incubating the brat, which caused his origin to be impure. But now, it seemed like there was no problem with his origin at all. Being able to transform into a true dragon was the best proof. While shouting loudly, he stretched out his hand to grab Yang Xiao and said while gnashing his teeth, If I don't beat your ass to a pulp today, I'll take your surname. This brat was simply too bad. When he came out from the Dragon Palace, Zhu Yin clearly asked him about this matter, but he actually hid it from him. As a result, not only did he make Zhu Yin and Fu Tian sad, he also felt very conflicted. If he knew there was no problem with his origin, would he have brought him out of the Dragon Island? He was completely qualified to continue staying on the Dragon Island. When he heard Yang Kai say this, Yang Xiao was shocked. Adoptive father, you didn't keep your word. He wanted to escape, but how long had he been born? What kind of cultivation did Yang Kai have? How could he escape from Yang Kai's palm? In a daze, he felt his arm tighten and was lifted up by Yang Kai, immediately shouting in horror, Elder sister Xiaoqi, save me. Adoptive father is going to hit me. Emo Xiaoqi pouted, serves you right. She also felt that this little brat Yang Xiao was a bit too mischievous. Why didn't he say such an important thing at the first moment? Instead, he kept it a secret until now. Fortunately, he didn't hold back from Yang Kai. Otherwise, Yang Kai would probably be in the dark and suffer the torment of self-blame. Children should be taught a lesson for making such a ruckus. While yelling, Yang Kai had already lifted Yang Xiao onto his lap, laid him flat, raised his hand, and slapped him hard on the buttocks. He really wasn't joking when he said he was going to hit him. Yang Kai was also angered by him and made up his mind to make him eat a loss today. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of outrageous things he would do in the future. As the slap came down, Kai Yang suddenly frowned, because he suddenly felt a sense of disharmony. When the slap landed, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Yang Xiao, who was on his lap, had actually disappeared. Qiongqi, who had been flying forward as if this matter had nothing to do with him, also let out a cry of surprise and stopped abruptly. Then, together with Yang Kai, he looked up and saw that Yang Xiao had already flown 1,000 meters away and had turned into a small black dot. His voice came from afar. Adoptive father, you didn't keep your word. I hate you. Smelly brat, come back here. Yang Kai roared, his face full of shock. With his second-order Emperor realm cultivation, he actually let Yang Xiao escape from his hands. It was really unbelievable, and he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. If you don't hit me, I'll go back, or else I'll run away from home. Yang Xiao stood in the distance and shouted loudly. Yang Kai sneered, you still dare to threaten me? Fine, let me see you leave. I'm leaving. Yang Xiao shouted. Leave. Yang Kai said with a black face. I'm really leaving. Yang Xiao's tone became weaker. Yang Kai just sneered, unmoved. Yang Xiao was so angry that smoke came out of his mouth. He hardened his heart, turned around, and really left. Staring in the direction he disappeared, Yang Kai frowned and said, Old Xiong, did you feel it just now? Qiongqi's voice was solemn as he said word by word. Time principles. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Sure enough, I didn't feel it wrong. I thought I was just imagining things, but it turns out that you also felt it. Are you sure? Qiongqi said with a straight face, yes, it's definitely time principles. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. Smelly brat. How do you know time principles? Just now, when his palm was about to fall, time seemed to have stopped for a moment, so even he didn't notice how Yang Xiao escaped from his hands. When he came back to his senses, Yang Xiao was already 1,000 meters away. Qiongqi's eyes were full of disbelief, but he thought of a possibility. It's hereditary. Looking pensive, Kai Yang said, "You mean, for me, he? Apart from that, there is no other possibility." The dragon race source would not give Yang Xiao this ability. Since Yang Xiao's personality was greatly influenced by Yang Kai, it meant that Yang Kai had let him inherit many things when he was hatched. Because he cultivated the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal, Yang Kai understood a little bit of time principles, so it made sense that this little brat had inherited this ability from him. Since this little brat could inherit time principles, what about space principles? In comparison, space principles were Yang Kai's foundation. If Yang Xiao had also inherited space principles, it would be incredible. Big brother Yang, aren't you going to chase after him? Emo Xiaoqi asked worriedly. Although she had hoped that Yang Kai would teach this smelly brat a lesson, seeing Yang Xiao really run away still made her a little anxious. Don't worry, he won't be able to run far. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Although this smelly brat was arrogant, he definitely wouldn't go far. Moreover, he had attached a wisp of his divine sense to Yang Xiao, so it was impossible for him to escape his surveillance. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Oh no! His figure flickered, and his space principles fluctuated, disappearing from sight. Qiongqi also frowned and whispered to Emo Xiaoqi, "Sit tight." His speed suddenly soared as he rushed off in a certain direction. Above the sea, a black-robed old man stood in the void with a cold expression on his face. Several corpses floated on the surface of the sea, stained with blood. Beside the old man, a beautiful young girl's face was pale and her tender body was trembling. Although she was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, her body was weak and powerless at the moment. How could she gather even a little bit of strength? If it weren't for the black-robed old man's Emperor Qi, she would have fallen into the sea already. In the old man's hand was a fair and tender little fatty. It was none other than Yang Xiao, who had just arrogantly declared that he would run away from home. Yang Xiao might have shouted fiercely in front of Yang Kai because he knew that Yang Kai couldn't really do anything to him. At worst, he would just be beaten up. But now that he had accidentally fallen into the hands of this old man, he was afraid he would be killed to silence him. Immediately putting on an innocent look, he looked at the black-robed old man and asked, "Grandpa, who are you? Why are you holding me?" The black-robed old man tilted his head and looked at Yang Xiao with a frown on his face. If it were an ordinary person, he would have already killed him, but he felt a pure dragon aura from this little fatty. In other words, this little fatty might be a member of the dragon race. Was there such a member of the dragon race? The old man thought about it carefully, but couldn't come up with an answer. As far as he knew, the members of the dragon race were all adults, so how could there be such a young child? However, he couldn't rule out the possibility of a new member of the dragon race. Moreover, this place wasn't too far from Dragon Island, so it wasn't strange for a member of the dragon race to come here. It would be easy to kill this little fatty, but it would be troublesome if he provoked a master from the dragon race. Chapter 33:59. The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment before suddenly frowning and looking to the side. Ripples spread over there, and Yang Kai's figure appeared like a ghost. The old man's eyes narrowed. With his eyesight, he naturally recognized that this was the Space Divine technique, an extremely profound Space Divine technique at that. Otherwise, he would never be able to achieve such a level of teleportation. Taking a closer look at Yang Kai's face, a look of understanding flashed in his eyes, as if he had recognized Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at the old man, and his expression couldn't help but become dignified because he found that this black-robed old man's cultivation was actually at the third-layer Emperor realm. Moreover, this old man gave Yang Kai the feeling that he was not to be trifled with, just like when he was facing Tsangamo, a false emperor. Yang Kai was surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. He had heard from Yang Yin that there were many false emperors who lived in seclusion due to the restrictions of the bottle of heaven and earth, but he never expected that the person he randomly encountered in this vast sea would actually be a false emperor. Counting Tsang Emo, Yang Yin, Li Wu-yi, and Sheng Yuzhu, this was the fifth false emperor he had encountered. When the young girl next to the black-robed old man saw Yang Kai, her frightened eyes suddenly bloomed with surprise, sending out a message for help. Kai Yang swept his eyes over her, his heart filled with amazement. He actually knew this young girl, and her background was not small. Yao Lin, the great emperors of serene soul, Yao Jun, had a son and a daughter. The son was Hyoji, and the daughter was Yao Lin. Yang Kai had met both of them before. The former was in the Shattered Star Sea, but they had only met face to face and had never interacted with each other. The latter, however, had had some conflicts with him and was almost killed by him. At the critical moment, the souls of the great emperors of serene soul descended and scared Yang Kai away, saving Yao Lin's life. It wasn't strange to meet Yao Lin in the Eastern Sea. After all, the Serene Soul Palace was also in the Eastern Territory. What puzzled Yang Kai was who this black-robed old man was. How did he have the courage to attack Yao Lin? Looking at Yao Lin's appearance, it was obvious that she had been captured, and the corpses stained with red seawater were probably Yao Lin's bodyguards. But at this moment, they had long been killed. Did this black-robed old man have a grudge against the great emperors of Serene Soul? Or did Yao Lin accidentally provoke this old man and end up being taught a lesson? He had experienced Yao Lin's character before. She was domineering, arrogant, and supercilious. It wouldn't be strange if she really provoked this old man. But in any case, now that Yang Xiao had fallen into the old man's hands, Yang Kai couldn't stay out of this. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to Yao Lin's cry for help. He just looked at Yang Xiao in the old man's hand and said, "Xiao, are you okay?" Yang Xiao smiled and said, "Father, don't worry. I'm fine." Father? The black-robed old man frowned when he heard this. This title made him a little confused. He thought that this child had a pure dragon's breath, so he should be a dragon race member. But in this world, which dragon race member would call a human father? The dragon race was such a proud race that even a newborn would not lower their proud heads. Was his guess wrong? Could it be that this little fatty was not a dragon race member? Did he just have a trace of dragon race blood? Strange, really strange. I told you not to run around, but you just had to run around. Since you're fine, get your ass back here. Yang Kai shouted with a straight face. Yang Zhao's eyes twitched, thinking that he also wanted to get his ass back. But now that he was in the old man's hand, how could he just leave? He could only say to the black-robed old man with a bitter face, "Grandpa, my father told me to go back. Please let me go." The black-robed old man didn't say a word, just stared deeply at Yang Kai. A murderous aura gradually filled the air. He also didn't expect to run into someone else in this boundless sea, but what he did today couldn't be easily exposed. He was already considering silencing Yang Kai, but he felt that it was a little tricky since he was proficient in the law of space. Facing such a person, he had to be sure that he could kill him in one strike. Otherwise, he would definitely let Yang Kai escape. The killing intent was so obvious. How could Yang Kai not sense it? His heart tightened, and he hastily said, "Old man, we father and son are just passing by. If my son has been rude, I can apologize on his behalf. You don't have to keep holding on to him, right? He's just a child." He cursed in his heart. Doesn't this stinking brat know the law of time? Just now he slipped away from my hands so quickly. Why is he so scared after being caught? Hurry up and use your law of time to get away. In this situation, he didn't dare to act rashly. Yang Xiao was in the enemy's hands, so any strange movements could cause unpredictable consequences. He had just taken Yang Xiao out of Dragon Island a few days ago, so if something happened to him now, how could he face the Great Elder and Second Elder in the future? For a moment, he was burning with anxiety, but his expression became calmer and calmer. At that moment, a red light came from afar. The black-robed old man, who had been staring at Yang Kai, frowned and turned his head in that direction, immediately showing a look of surprise. With a flash of red light, Qiongqi rushed over with Emo Shaoqi on his back. At first sight of the black-robed old man, Qiongqi also exclaimed in surprise, obviously sensing the strength of the other party. Qiongqi, the black-robed old man finally spoke, his eyes full of fear, suddenly realizing that the situation was somewhat out of his control. Even though he was a fake emperor, possessing strength that surpassed that of an ordinary third-layer emperor realm master, he still felt some pressure when facing a veteran divine spirit like Qiongqi. Why was Qiongqi here? And there was a girl on his back. Today's events were getting stranger and stranger. On the other side, after Emo Shaoqi arrived with Qiongqi, she looked around and suddenly saw Yao Lin. As soon as she spoke, Yang Kai's low voice rang in her ears, "Don't talk nonsense." Emo Shaoqi quickly swallowed the rest of her words, but kept staring at Yao Lin. Yao Lin was also looking at her with a pleading look on her face. The two girls obviously knew each other. Speaking of which, they were both daughters of great emperors, and they were both in the Eastern Territory, so they had more or less met each other a few times. How could they not know each other? However, with Yao Lin's bad character, Emo Shaoqi didn't have much of a deep friendship with her, just a mutual acquaintance. But at this moment, she absolutely couldn't point it out, at least not before confirming Yang Zhao's safety. Otherwise, the black-robed old man might really be forced to silence them. After all, attacking the daughters of great emperors was too sensational, and no one wanted this news to spread. That was why Yang Kai stopped Emo Shaoqi from speaking. The situation suddenly became very strange, and everyone had different thoughts. Only Yang Xiao didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. His life was hanging by a thread, yet he was still rolling his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long silence, the black-robed old man suddenly spoke. "Qiongqi, what do you mean by this?" His voice was hoarse, like metal rubbing against metal, which was very uncomfortable to listen to. The reason why he asked this was because Qiongqi had been staring at him since he appeared, as if he wanted to be his enemy. This made him a little confused. Was Qiongqi in cahoots with these people? Otherwise, why would they all come here one after another? If that was the case, then it was really a bad year. What do you mean by this? Qiongqi's voice shook like thunder. He didn't need to worry too much about fake emperors. After all, he had followed the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor in the past. He had seen many fake emperors, so he didn't need to be polite with his words. The black-robed old man frowned and suggested, "How about we stay out of this?" Qiongqi nodded and said, "Sure, let go of the boy in your hands." Him? The black-robed old man shook Yang Xiao, and Yang Xiao immediately shouted, "Gently, gently, I'm dizzy." "Yes. Is he a dragon race?" the black-robed old man asked. "You don't need to know." Qiongqi spat out 2 white streams of air from his nostrils, his eyes fierce. "You only need to know one thing. If anything happens to this boy, you will die today." The black-robed old man nodded and said, "Anyone can talk big, but since it was you, Qiongqi, who said it, this old master will have to consider it carefully." After pondering for a while, he suddenly raised his hand and threw Yang Xiao towards Qiongqi, shouting, "I'll give him back to you." In the next moment, the black-robed old man suddenly lifted his black robe and the whole sky darkened, as if his black robe had turned into a black curtain that covered the entire sky. Taking advantage of this momentary change, he grabbed Yao Lin with one hand and retreated quickly. Yang Kai had already shot out and hugged Yang Xiao in his arms, sweeping him with his divine sense. His face changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted, "Old Qiong, kill him for me." Qiongqi didn't respond and had already turned into a small black dot, chasing after the black-robed old man as soon as he threw Yang Xiao out. Emo Shaoqi fell from the sky. Qiongqi had thrown her out while chasing after her. Fighting with a fake emperor, Qiongqi wasn't confident that he could protect Emo Shaoqi's safety, so naturally, he had to throw her away first. "Shower, are you okay?" Emo Shaoqi landed beside Yang Kai and asked, then glanced at the little fatty in Yang Kai's arms and her face couldn't help but change. What happened to Shower? At this moment, the little brat's eyes were wide open with a look of horror on his face. Blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices and his body was alternating between red and white. Obviously, he had been poisoned. Presumably, the black-robed old man had done something when he threw Yang Xiao out. Yang Kai tore apart Yang Zhao's clothes and straightened his body. He fixed his eyes on his back and saw a clear 5-finger mark on his smooth, jade-like back. Traces of evil energy were spreading out from that 5-finger mark, causing Yang Zhao's entire body to fluctuate between hot and cold. "Come with me." Yang Kai didn't allow any explanation and grabbed Mo Xiaoqi's arm. With a thought, he brought her into the sealed world bead and went straight to the medicine garden, shouting, "Mu Zhu, Mu Na." The two wood spirits heard the news and came over. At first glance, they saw Yang Kai holding a little fatty with an anxious look on his face. They were startled and hurriedly asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Yang Kai put Yang Xiao on the ground and said hurriedly, "He was injured. I have to force out the evil energy in his body, help him heal and stabilize his vitality." The two wood spirits nodded quickly. Chapter 3360. The Wood Spirit Clan not only had a unique advantage in cultivating spirit medicines, but also in healing people's wounds. With two wood spirits assisting him, Yang Kai was naturally able to do whatever he wanted. What's more, this was the small sealed world, a world where he was the master, and everything here followed his will. Reaching out and poking Yang Zhao's body several times, Yang Kai took a deep breath and meticulously circulated his emperor qi, carefully moving it through Yang Zhao's body. He didn't know what kind of secret technique the black-robed old man cultivated, but it was definitely extremely insidious. Although it didn't take Yang Zhao's life immediately, it was very difficult to resolve. The rescuer had to continuously circulate their energy to maintain Yang Zhao's vitality. During this process, Yang Kai could even feel traces of insidious energy following Yang Zhao's body and trying to erode his own. Hateful old dog. Yang Kai didn't know who that old dog was, but he hated him to the bone. If he had the chance, he would kill him 1,000 times over. The two wood spirits were busy at the side, mobilizing the green fluorescent lights in the medicine garden and flying into Yang Zhao's body like fireflies, giving him endless vitality. Mo Xiaoqi was surprised by the two little wood spirits, but she didn't have the time to think about it now. She just prayed in her heart that Yang Xiao was safe and sound. At a certain moment, Yang Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and cried out in pain, "Adoptive father, I feel so uncomfortable." "Serves you right." Yang Kai's face was full of resentment, his hands moving faster and faster. If this brat didn't run away from home on his own, he wouldn't have encountered such a thing. Speaking of which, I was also a little careless. Who would have thought that I would encounter an evil fake emperor in this vast sea? "Adoptive father, am I going to die?" Yang Xiao asked again. Yang Kai snorted. "With me around, do you think it's that easy to die?" Yang Xiao still wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This blood seemed to be boiling as it splashed onto the ground, causing Mo Xiaoqi to feel extremely anxious, fearing that Yang Xiao would die if he couldn't hold on. Spitting out mouthfuls of blood, Yang Kai constantly checked on Yang Zhao's condition, constantly adjusting the output of his emperor's qi. The two wood spirits also cooperated well. After an unknown amount of time, the abnormality on Yang Zhao's body gradually disappeared. Yang Kai turned him over and looked at him. The 5-finger mark on his back had disappeared. However, the little guy had vomited a lot of blood and was in a very weak state. He struggled to open his eyes and look at Yang Kai. Then, he tilted his head and fell into a deep sleep. Yang Kai took out a few healing spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into Yang Zhao's mouth. After helping him refine the medicinal efficacies, he turned to Mu Zhu and Mu Na and said, "It's done." The two wood spirits stopped their cultivation at the same time, their foreheads covered in sweat. "Let him stay here for a few days and heal well. I'll leave him in your care," Yang Kai instructed. Mu Zhu said, "Master can rest assured." Yang Kai looked at Yang Xiao with a complicated expression, touched his forehead, and said to Mo Xiaoqi, "Let's go." With a single thought, the two of them left the small sealed world. There was no one around, only a faint smell of blood. The sea below was churning as many sea monsters smelled the blood and were fighting over the corpses of the dead. Mo Xiaoqi was in a daze. She didn't know how she had suddenly appeared in a medicine garden and then in the sea, but she still asked with concern, "Xiao, are you all right?" "He's fine. Yang Kai nodded, but his expression was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Yang Xiao was fine not because the black-robed old man had shown mercy, but because he was a member of the dragon race, so he had an extremely strong vitality and recovery ability. If it were anyone else, even if Yang Kai and the two wood spirits treated them, they would have died long ago. That old dog's last palm strike was not only to take Yang Xiao's life, but also to distract Yang Kai so that he could escape. Such a method was simply insane. But he actually dared to attack the daughter of the great emperors of Serene Soul. Who is he? After waiting for a while, Xiongqi returned. Yang Kai looked at him, but old Xiong shook his head. He ran away. If they really fought, Xiongqi was confident that he could defeat the other party, but that person was a fake emperor after all. If he really wanted to escape, Xiongqi really couldn't do anything. He wasn't proficient in the Tao of space like Yang Kai, so he had a unique advantage when it came to escaping and tracking. So, after chasing for a while, he could only return. Although he was mentally prepared, Yang Kai was still a little unwilling to accept Xiongqi's words. He's lucky. If that old man hadn't run away, Yi Shiwen, Xiongqi, and the embodiment would have had a chance to kill him forever if they joined forces. However, since he had run away, there was nothing they could do about it. It was too late to chase after him. Who knew which direction he would escape in? After pondering for a while, he asked, "Do you know who that person is?" Xiongqi shook his head. This old master has been sleeping in the Four Seasons realm for countless years and only came out recently. This old master really doesn't know what kind of masters there are in this world. Yang Kai nodded. Senior Li and the others may know something. Rubbing his chin and thinking for a while, Yang Kai said, "Shao Qi, let's go back to Spirit Beast Island." Originally, he planned to go directly to Spirit Beast Island through the space beacon, but in order to satisfy Yang Zhao's wish and Emo Shao Qi's suggestion, he decided to fly. Now that something like this had happened, Yang Kai was afraid that a long delay would cause trouble, so he decided to send Emo Shao Qi back first. Yang Xiao had an accident right under his nose, so he couldn't let anything happen to Emo Shao Qi, so it was better to send her back as soon as possible. Hearing him say this, Emo Shao Qi didn't insist and stood obediently. Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi, wrapped Emo Shao Qi and Xiongqi, and took out the space spirit bead that Li Wuyi had given him before. Forming a seal with his hands, the space principles fluctuated and formed a resonance with somewhere in the distance. After a flash of light, they felt like they had crossed through the void, and the three appeared by a lake. The world energy here was extremely rich, and the lake water was clear. Many fish could be seen swimming in it. Li Wuyi was sitting on a chair by the lake, fishing with a fishing rod in his hand. After noticing the movement, he turned his head and immediately saw the figures of Yang Kai and the others. He couldn't help but smile slightly, put down the fishing rod in his hand, and nodded to Emo Shao Qi. "Shao Qi, you're back?" "Uncle Li." Emo Shao Qi greeted him, looked around, and asked curiously, "Where's Ani Feng?" In her impression, Li Wuyi and Jiu Feng had always been inseparable. Although the two were not husband and wife, their relationship was better than an ordinary couple. At this time, she only saw Li Wuyi and not Jiu Feng, so she couldn't help but feel strange. "I'm here." Jiu Feng's voice came from the treetops nearby. Emo Shao Qi looked up and saw Jiu Feng sitting on a tree trunk, swinging her long legs. "Ani Feng," Emo Shao Qi called out tenderly, flew up, and threw herself into Jiu Feng's arms, rubbing her chest. Jiu Feng, however, pinched her little ear and said angrily, "You stinky girl, you went out for so long. If you didn't come back, Master would have gone to Dragon Island to find you." Emo Shao Qi stuck out her tongue. "Aren't I back now? Stop pinching my ear." "It's good that you remembered to come back." Jiu Feng looked her up and down. "Let me see if you've lost weight." Emo Shao Qi quickly put on a serious posture and let her examine her. After a while, she asked, "I haven't lost weight, right? I'm very happy at Mother's place. She's very good to me." "You haven't lost weight." Jiu Feng nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, she reached out and poked her chest, whispering, "Not only have you not lost weight, you've grown bigger." Emo Shao Qi couldn't take it anymore. Blushing, she turned her head to look at Yang Kai and said shyly, "Ani Feng, you're talking nonsense. I'm ignoring you." Saying so, She ran away. Yang Kai coughed lightly and cupped his fists. Greetings, Senior Li and Senior Jiufeng. Li Wui smiled slightly and looked at him. Did your trip go smoothly? Although there were some twists and turns, it was no big deal, Yang Kai replied. That's good. Li Wui nodded lightly. Since you've come to Spirit Beast Island, you're not in a hurry to go back. Stay here for a few more days. The great emperors also want to know the situation on Dragon Island. Maybe they have something to ask you. Yang Kai said solemnly, if the great emperors ask, this junior will naturally tell you everything he knows. But before that, there is something I need Senior to know. What is it? Li Wui couldn't help but look solemn when he saw how serious he was. Yang Kai said, it's like this. After we came out of Dragon Island, we met someone on the sea. Who? Jiufeng asked. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't know that person. He described the old man's appearance and age, then continued, there was another person with him at that time. That person was the daughter of the great emperors of Serene Soul, Yao Lin. Yao Lin? Li Wui frowned. What's the relationship between Yao Lin and that person? Yang Kai said, they don't seem to be related, and that person should be targeting Yao Lin. At that time, all the guards around Yao Lin were killed, and only Yao Lin was captured. Yao Lin also looked at me for help at that time. Unfortunately, although I wanted to, I didn't have enough strength. Under Qiongqi's pursuit, that person still escaped. Are you sure Yao Lin was captured? Li Wuyi's eyes widened. Jiufeng also said, do you know Yao Lin? This matter can't be wrong. Yang Kai replied, I met Yao Lin once in the past. Although it's been a few years, how could I not recognize her? I can be sure that the girl is Yao Lin. I believe Xiaoqi also recognized her at that time. You two can go and ask Xiaoqi. Li Wui and Jiufeng looked at each other, both feeling a little incredulous. There was actually someone in this world who dared to make a move on the daughter of the great emperors? Which old man drank arsenic and was tired of living. However, if this matter was true, then it would be a big deal. How could the daughter of the great emperors be touched so casually? Who could bear the anger of the great emperors? After pondering for a moment, Li Wui said, come with me to see the great emperors now. We must immediately inform the Serene Soul Palace about this matter. Yang Kai nodded and said, okay. Chapter 3361. The reason why Yang Kai brought up this matter as soon as they met was that he wanted to inform the Serene Soul Palace through the Spirit Beast Island. Since he had encountered this matter, and even if he couldn't save them, he had to at least send out the news. What's more, that old guy almost killed Yang Xiao, so Yang Kai wanted to know who he was. On the way, Yang Kai asked about the doubts in his heart. Li Wui pondered for a long time before slowly shaking his head. I don't have any impression of what you described, but if I really see that person with my own eyes, I might be able to recognize him. Although there are many fake emperors in this world, there aren't many of them. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He thought that Li Wui would know the identity of that old guy, but he didn't expect that he couldn't say anything. But it was no wonder. After all, who knew if that old guy changed his appearance without seeing it with his own eyes? Along the way, they soon came to a pavilion. There was a small bridge over flowing water, and the scenery was unique. A tall and sturdy man stood at the head of the bridge, throwing fish food into the water below, causing red carps to fight over it, splashing water everywhere. Just from this person's appearance, there was nothing unusual about him at all. He didn't even have the bearing of a superior. He was just naturally burly and strong. But those who knew him knew that this was one of the 10 famous great emperors in the star boundary, the martial beast Mo Huang. You're back? Mo Huang looked up at Yang Kai, smiled slightly, and continued to throw the fish food in his hands. Yang Kai cupped his fists solemnly. Yang Kai greets master. Mo Huang nodded gently and asked faintly, is Xiaoqi back too? Yang Kai said, she's back and is talking to Senior Jiufeng. Mo Huang nodded and didn't say anything else. Li Wui stepped forward and said with a serious expression, Master, something happened? Mo Huang looked up and narrowed his eyes slightly. He threw the fish food in his hands clean, then clapped his hands and said, what happened? For Li Wui to say such a thing, it was definitely not a small matter. Otherwise, Li Wui's expression would not be so serious. He instinctively thought that something had happened on Dragon Island, and perhaps it was related to Fu Xian. Li Wui said, Yao Lin was captured by an unknown old man, and all her guards were slaughtered. Emo Huang frowned. Yao Lin? Yao Jun's daughter? Not bad. Emo Huang asked curiously, How did you know? Li Wui said, Yang Kai saw it on his way back. The first miss was also there. The one who did it was a fake emperor. Emo Huang was even more surprised. A fake emperor. Although a fake emperor was not ordinary, which fake emperor would have the guts to touch the daughter of the great emperors? Since he could cultivate to the level of a fake emperor, there was no reason for him not to know the descendants of the great emperors. Even if he had offended them, he would have only given them a light punishment. However, he had slaughtered their guards and taken them away. He had offended Yao Jun. Are you sure about this? Emo Huang asked with a frown. Li Wui turned his head to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said seriously, There is no doubt about it. I can recognize Yao Lin, and Shao Qi can recognize Yao Lin as well. Hearing Yang Kai call his baby daughter Shao Qi so intimately, the corner of Emo Huang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He stared deeply at Li Wui with a meaningful expression. Li Wui said, Shouldn't we inform the Serene Soul Palace about this? Emo Huang nodded. Yes, we should. It would be best if it was a misunderstanding, but if that is the case, we should inform them. Saying so, Emo Huang suddenly reached out and took out a jade slip. His divine sense surged and poured some information into it. Then, with a flick of his finger, the space principles fluctuated and the jade slip suddenly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately understood that Emo Huang and Yao Jun must have used Li Wui's space beacon to establish a connection between them. It wasn't strange when he thought about it. They were all great emperors, and they were all on the Eastern Sea. They could be considered neighbors, so it was normal for them to communicate with each other. Changing the topic, Emo Huang looked at Yang Kai and asked, Is there anything unusual on Dragon Island? Yang Kai immediately understood what Emo Huang was getting at and immediately said, Everything is normal. The third elder didn't receive any harsh treatment. Shao Qi went to see her this time, and she was very happy. Emo Huang's expression softened a lot, and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. That's good. He then asked, They didn't make things difficult for you this time, did they? If Fu Xian and Zhu Qing shared the same fate, then Yang Kai and Emo Huang could be said to share the same fate. Both of them had slept with the same dragon girl and were not welcomed by Dragon Island. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said, Not bad. The misunderstanding with Dragon Island has been resolved. Emo Huang was stunned. Resolved? What do you mean? Even though he was one of the great emperors, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. Yang Kai blinked and said, It means what it means. Emo Huang looked at him with a brilliant expression. Don't tell me that Dragon Island is no longer hostile to you. Yang Kai coughed dryly. At first, they were a little hostile, but later, they became quite enthusiastic. Enthusiastic? Emo Huang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yang Kai was completely stunned. Li Wui also looked at Yang Kai with an incredulous expression. The word enthusiastic could be used to describe anything, but it didn't fit well with the dragon race. How could the people of the dragon race be enthusiastic about an outsider? Emo Huang was one of the great emperors, but because he had a daughter with Fu Xian, he was hunted down and killed by Dragon Island. They even almost came to Spirit Beast Island. Although Yang Kai was considered a rising star, he was only a rising star. In terms of cultivation and status, he couldn't even compare to Emo Huang. How could such a person be treated so well by Dragon Island? How could Fu Xi be so easy to talk to? Yang Kai naturally saw the doubts in their hearts. He scratched his face and said, Little Seven knows the whole story. If Master has the time in the future, why don't you ask her? He didn't want to explain anything in detail. Otherwise, Yang Xiao would be involved, and it wasn't something that could be explained in 1 or 2 words. At this moment, a wave of spatial fluctuation came. The 3 of them all sensed it. Emo Huang reached out and grabbed in the air, and a jade scroll appeared in his palm. It wasn't the one he took out before, but another one. This was obviously a reply from the great emperors of Serene Soul. After a little investigation, Emo Huang frowned and said, That girl Yao Lin might really have been captured, What did the master say? Li Wui asked. Mo Huang crushed the jade scroll and shook his head. Yao Jun couldn't contact Yao Lin and her guards. If they couldn't contact them, it meant that they were doomed. Otherwise, it was impossible for there to be no reply. Combined with what Yang Kai said before, it was certain that Yao Lin was captured. Do you have any urgent matters to deal with? Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai didn't know why he asked this, so he shook his head and said, not for the time being, but the matter in the Eastern Territory is settled. I'm going to return to the Northern Territory. Mo Huang nodded and said, since there's nothing urgent, you don't have to leave in a hurry. Stay here for a few days. The Serene Soul Palace will send someone to ask you something. Yao Lin's capture was of great importance, and Yang Kai was a witness at the scene, so he naturally had to ask. Yang Kai could understand, so he nodded and said, okay. Anyway, he planned to stay on Spirit Beast Island for a few days. Firstly, he wanted to appreciate the scenery of Spirit Beast Island, and secondly, he wanted to arrange a space array here. This way, it would be much more convenient for him to communicate with Spirit Beast Island in the future, or between Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island. After bidding farewell to Mo Huang, Yang Kai was led by Li Wui to a courtyard near the sea. The courtyard covered a large area, and the scenery was beautiful. It was nice to watch the tide rise and fall. The next day, Yang Kai toured Spirit Beast Island accompanied by Mo Xiaoqi. The entire Spirit Beast Island was a huge island protected by a large spirit array. Outsiders couldn't discover the existence of Spirit Beast Island from the outside. Only those who were familiar with its location could find it. The island was rich in spirit qi, with beautiful mountains and clear waters. From time to time, they could see many rare monster beasts, each exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Martial beasts were based on beast taming, so the island naturally didn't lack these things. Spirit Beast Island also had its own beast hunters, who searched for all kinds of rare existences all year round. Now, there weren't many living people on Spirit Beast Island, but there were at least 800 monster beasts, each of them with extraordinary origins. These monster beasts even understood human nature and were especially close to Mo Xiaoqi. What was rare was that Mo Xiaoqi actually gave each of them a name, and she even remembered them. Yang Kai's deepest impression of the many monster beasts on Spirit Beast Island was a 7-colored deer. Compared to the other monster beasts, it wasn't very tall, only about 3 meters tall, but it was a descendant of the ancient divine spirit, the 9-colored deer, and was very handsome. There were many monster beasts on the island with the bloodline of the divine spirit. It was just a matter of numbers. However, bloodline was bloodline. Although they all had a glimmer of hope of reproducing the glory of their ancestors, it was harder than ascending to the heavens for them to do so. After a tour, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. On the surface, Spirit Beast Island only had a few masters, but in fact, each monster beast was extremely terrifying. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to a suitable place under the lead of Li Wui and prepared to arrange the space array. Originally, Li Wui wanted to arrange it himself and let Yang Kai supervise and guide him. However, if Li Wui arranged it himself, he wouldn't be able to establish a connection with the many arrays that Yang Kai had arranged before, and it would lose its original purpose. Helplessly, Li Wui could only let Yang Kai do it, while he observed carefully from the side. He had observed it once in the Heavenly Wolf Valley last time, and this was the second time. Both of them were proficient in the Tao of space, and space arrays and space beacons had many similarities. Therefore, when Yang Kai finished arranging the array, Li Wui had already mastered it. In the future, he could also arrange arrays all over the star boundary like Yang Kai and travel back and forth. However, it was hard to say which was more convenient between space arrays and space beacons. Space arrays could teleport more people at once, but it was a bit troublesome to arrange them. Space beacons were convenient, but they had a lot of limitations. On the 5th day after Yang Kai came to Spirit Beast Island, people from the Serene Soul Palace came. Chapter 3362. In the main hall, Yang Kai, accompanied by Mo Xiaoqi, hurried over after receiving the news. Before he entered, he saw 2 guards from the Emperor realm standing guard outside the hall. They were exuding a very strange aura that Yang Kai felt was somewhat familiar. Thinking about it carefully, this aura was somewhat similar to the aura of the Netherworld Sex Cultivator. Yang Kai immediately understood that these two guards from the Emperor Realm should be from Serene Soul Palace. However, the guards from the Emperor Realm were only gatekeepers, so the status of these people in Serene Soul Palace was definitely not low. Could it be that the great emperors of Serene Soul have come in person? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he quickened his pace. To be honest, if the great emperors of Serene Soul were really here, Yang Kai didn't know how to face them. After all, he had almost killed Yao Lin back then, provoking Yao Jun's soul to surrender one of Yao Lin's guards. Only then did Yang Kai stop, so he had offended these great emperors. However, after thinking about it carefully, although he wanted to kill Yao Lin back then, he didn't really do it. Moreover, it was Yao Lin's fault in the end. As long as the great emperors of Serene Soul were reasonable, they would have no reason to blame him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let him go. After making up his mind, Yang Kai strode into the hall under the gaze of the two guards from the Emperor Realm. In the hall, Li Wui was talking to a woman in palace attire. The woman had a cold appearance, her hair was tied up high, and a light green dress set off her enchanting figure. Her breasts were high, and a silk belt was tied around her waist, making her slender waist look like it could be held with one hand. She was about 30 years old and had boundless charm that could cause one's imagination to run wild. Behind the woman stood an old woman with white hair and turbid eyes, looking like she had one foot in the grave. But whether it was the woman or the old woman, they were both from the Emperor Realm, especially the cold woman whose cultivation had reached the Third Order Emperor Realm. Although the old woman was not in the Third Order, she was still in the Second Order. When Yang Kai arrived, the woman's cold face was filled with anxiety and annoyance. Obviously, she was a little impatient from waiting. When she spoke to Li Wu Yi, she only said a few perfunctory words, obviously absent-minded. Seeing Yang Kai come in, the woman and the old woman turned to look at him at the same time. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he was being pointed at by two sharp swords. Yang Kai frowned, a look of confusion on his face. He didn't know this woman and the old woman, but he could clearly feel hostility from them, and this hostility was directed at him. "What are you doing? I don't have any grudges with you, do I?" Yang Kai cursed silently. "Yang Kai is here." Li Wui stood up. Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted, "Senior." Li Wui nodded and said with a solemn expression, "This is Madame Rong from Serene Soul Palace. Madame Rong wants to ask you about what you saw that day. You must answer truthfully. Madame Rong is also Yao Lin's biological mother." Yang Kai was surprised and looked at Madame Rong carefully. No wonder he felt that this woman was somewhat similar to Yao Lin. It turned out that they were mother and daughter. No wonder. But if she is Yao Lin's mother, then isn't she the wife or concubine of the Serene Soul Great Emperors? No wonder Li Wui wanted to accompany her in person. With such a powerful background as the Serene Soul Great Emperors, Spirit Beast Island obviously couldn't be neglected. Thinking so, Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted, "Greetings, Madame Rong." Li Wui pointed to Yang Kai and said, "Madame Rong, this is the Yang Kai I told you about. When your daughter was kidnapped, he was nearby and can be considered an eyewitness. If you have any questions, just ask him." Madame Rong's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression. It wasn't clear if she heard Li Wui's words, but she said lightly, "You are that Yang Kai?" What did she mean by "I am that Yang Kai"? Yang Kai frowned. Could there be many Yang Kai in this world? He nodded and said, "Yes, I am that Yang Kai." Madame Rong continued to ask, "Did you see Lin Er being captured that day with your own eyes? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" There was no question in her words, but her tone was somewhat interrogative. Li Wui obviously heard it and couldn't help but frown. He looked at Madame Rong suspiciously. He felt that she seemed to have some hostility towards Yang Kai, but as far as he knew, this Madame Rong stayed in the Serene Soul Palace all year round. So how could she have any conflict with Yang Kai? Since she was being impolite, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be too enthusiastic. He said indifferently, "I have reported everything I saw that day to the Beast Warrior Master. I believe that the Beast Warrior Master has already sent a message to the Serene Soul Master. If Madame doesn't believe me, you can ask Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi was also there at the time." Emo Xiao Qi nodded and said, Yes, that was indeed Sister Yao Lin. She was captured by an old man in a black robe. With Imo Xiaoqi's confirmation, the last bit of hope in Madame Rong's heart disappeared. She could still doubt Yang Kai's words, but she couldn't doubt Imo Xiaoqi's words at all. Imo Xiaoqi and Yao Lin knew each other, so it was impossible for her to be mistaken. Combined with the current situation, it was clear that Yao Lin was really captured. After a moment of silence, Madame Rong looked at Yang Kai and gritted her teeth. Why didn't you save her? Yang Kai looked up at her in surprise and asked, How? Madame Rong said angrily, Do I need to teach you how to save people? Since Lin was captured, of course we had to get her back. Did you just watch that person take Lin away and do nothing? Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Madam, I'm afraid you don't know. The person who took action that day was a fake emperor. So what if he was a fake emperor? Madame Rong was a little hysterical. A fake emperor is also a human. Can a fake emperor do anything to Lin? Can a fake emperor scare you away? Yang Kai's face darkened. Madam, are you blaming me? What the hell? This matter involved the Serene Soul Palace, so Yang Kai didn't have any objections when they came to question him. With Marshal Beast's instructions, Yang Kai was prepared to cooperate. After all, it was just a simple situation at that time. Who knew that Madame Rong would be hostile to him as soon as they met, and now even accuse him of not saving people? Yang Kai really wanted to pry open her head and see if it was filled with water. Is this how the concubines of the great emperors of Serene Soul behave? How dare you? The old woman standing behind Madame Rong shouted at Yang Kai angrily. How dare you speak to Madame like this? Slap your mouth. Yang Kai blinked, his face full of confusion. It was one thing to run into a weirdo like Madame Rong, who could be explained as someone who loved her daughter and spoke without thinking. But what was with this old woman? Seeing him remain indifferent, the old woman became even more annoyed and shouted, Why haven't you acted yet? Her pair of turbid eyes flashed a terrifying light as she glared fiercely towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he looked at her and said, Are you telling me to slap myself? The old woman sneered, Since you like to play dumb, don't blame this old woman for bullying you. As soon as she finished speaking, her withered body flew up like a big bird and raised her hand to slap Yang Kai's face. Emperor's chi surged in her palm, and it looked like she really wanted to slap Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai was furious. Respecting the old and loving the young is my virtue, but it's not something you can rely on. Originally, Yang Kai didn't want to lower himself to the old woman's level. After all, she was already so old, and he didn't want to bully her. But since she had already slapped him, how could Yang Kai remain indifferent? His emperor's chi surged as he slapped forward. Li Wui held his forehead and sighed. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. He thought it was just a routine questioning, but who knew that after a few words, they would actually start fighting? As an outsider, he naturally knew who was right and who was wrong, and he was a little angry. After all, this was Spirit Beast Island. Even if Yang Kai wasn't from Spirit Beast Island, he was still a friend of his young Mississippi. Even if you were from Serene Soul Palace, you should at least give some face, right? Slapping the young Mrs. Friend on Spirit Beast Island was a disgrace to Spirit Beast Island. So, even if he had the ability to stop such a conflict, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. He just wanted to teach the old woman a lesson and let her know who was the master here. Although the old woman was a second-order Emperor Realm Master like Yang Kai, one had one foot in the grave, while the other was full of vigor. What's more, how could Yang Kai be an ordinary second-order Emperor Realm Master? Even if he thought with his toes, Li Wui knew that the old woman was destined to suffer a big loss. Sure enough, the old woman's powerful strike was nothing more than an embroidered pillow in front of Yang Kai's counterattack. The moment the two palms collided, the old woman's expression suddenly changed. She only felt a surging force bombarding her. Her palm strike didn't have any effect at all. Instead, it was the other party's palm strike that enveloped her. With a crisp bang, the old woman somersaulted several times in the air before landing hard on the ground. Several of her teeth flew out. She struggled to stand up, but before she could get up, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Her aura suddenly weakened greatly. She looked up at Yang Kai and said in disbelief, "You dare to attack me?" She spoke with a slight lisp. After all, She had lost several of her teeth. Yang Kai looked at her with a sneer and waved his hand. You can try again. Madame Rong was also dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. It was only now that she came back to her senses and shouted angrily, Boy, you're courting death. Although the old woman's relationship with her was that of master and servant, they were as close as mother and daughter. Seeing the old woman suffer a loss, Madame Rong, who already disliked Yang Kai, couldn't help but turn red. She no longer cared about her status and immediately wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson to vent her anger for the old woman. As she circulated her emperor chi, a low shout rang out, enough. Space seemed to freeze. Madame Rong felt as if several mountains were pressing down on her, and even her breathing was a little difficult. Her pretty face was gloomy as she turned her head to the side and gritted her teeth. Li Wu-yi, what are you doing? Even if Li Wu-yi didn't really attack, just slightly circulating his space principles was enough to prevent her from retaliating. Li Wu-yi stared at her with a sullen expression and said lightly, This king just doesn't want to embarrass Madame too much. I hope Madame can behave herself. This short-sighted woman, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a minor realm higher than Yang Kai? If I don't stop you, you might even be beaten up. Chapter 3363. It was fine if the old woman was beaten because she was too arrogant and rude, but Madame Rong was the woman of the serene soul great emperors. If she was really beaten by Yang Kai on Spirit Beast Island, it would be fine on Spirit Beast Island, but Yang Kai would be in trouble. He couldn't figure it out. Why would the serene soul great emperors send these two women to question him? Was there no one else in the serene soul palace? You dare to look down on this queen? Madame Rong's face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. Although Li Wu-yi's words were vague, how could she not understand? Li Wu-yi's words were clearly implying that she was inferior to Yang Kai. Although she was a woman, she was still a third-order Emperor Realm Master, while Yang Kai was just a second-order Emperor Realm Master. How could she be inferior to him? Li Wu-yi intervened just to protect the other party. Now I know why Yao Lin's character is so bad. It turns out that she has a mother like you. It would be strange if she had a good character. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Now it seemed that Yao Lin and Madame Rong were not only similar in appearance, but also in character. Sure enough, a loving mother leads to a useless son. Madame Rong gritted her teeth and said, It's not up to you to judge Lin Er's character. She turned to look at Li Wu-yi and said, Are you going to step aside or not? Looking at her posture, she was determined to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Li Wu-yi lowered his eyes and said indifferently, Not long ago, Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land were destroyed. I'm sure Madame has heard about it. Madame Rong frowned, not knowing why Li Wu-yi brought it up at this time. She said impatiently, So what? Li Wu-yi continued, I wonder if Madame Rong thinks she is stronger than Fu Bo and Su Changfeng? Madame Rong quickly said, What are you trying to say? Li Wu-yi sighed and stared deeply at her. This woman was really unreasonable and stupid. She was just a little good-looking, but he really didn't know how the great emperors of Serene Soul fell in love with her. If it was someone else who was a little smarter, how could they not guess what was going on? But she, on the other hand, still looked confused. Although the Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land were destroyed by Ahan Temple, the root cause was that the masters of these two great forces had been wiped out, and the person who caused all this is standing right in front of you. You? Madame Rong hadn't reacted yet. She stared at Li Wu-yi in amazement, wondering why Li Wu-yi would attack the people of Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land. Could it be that those people had provoked him? On the contrary, the old woman's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. She glanced at Yang Kai and hurriedly walked to Madame Rong's side and whispered a few words. Madame Rong's expression changed, and she finally focused her attention on Yang Kai. Does Madame still want to make a move? If so, please do as you wish, but this Li won't interfere with the consequences. Li Wu-yi looked at her indifferently. Madame Rong looked conflicted, but in the end, she flicked her sleeves and said, This Madame doesn't want to bully the weak. What a joke. Someone who could destroy so many great forces in the Emperor realm? She was afraid she wasn't his opponent. If she insisted on making a move, she would only suffer. She glared hatefully at Yang Kai. This queen will remember today's matter. Boy, you're on your own now. Let's go." After saying this, he led the old woman away. Before the old woman left, she glared at Yang Kai with resentment, as if she wanted to remember him forever. After all, she had never suffered such a big loss before, so she was naturally angry. Speaking of which, although she was old and only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, she had the backing of Serene Soul Palace and Madame Rome. In the Eastern Territory, anyone who saw her had to treat her with respect. She had never been slapped in the face before, let alone lose a few teeth. Inside the hall, Yang Kai and Li Wui looked at each other, speechless. A few days ago, they knew that someone from Serene Soul Palace would come to ask questions, but no one expected things to develop like this. Li Wui smiled bitterly. "What kind of conflict do you have with that Madame Rome?" Yang Kai shook his head. "It's the first time we met, so there's no conflict." Li Wui asked curiously, "Then why was she so hostile towards you when you just met her?" If it weren't for this preconceived notion, this conversation wouldn't have become so tense. Although they couldn't get anything out of him, Yang Kai had already told Imo Huang everything he knew, and Imo Huang had also sent a message to Serene Soul Palace. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then said thoughtfully, "Maybe it's because of Yao Lin. Back then, I had a conflict with Yao Lin and almost killed her. She should have told this to Madame Rong. So Madame Rong is hostile towards me." After listening to his explanation, Li Wui nodded. "That makes sense. Sigh, it's just a woman's view." Although Yang Kai had some conflicts with Yao Lin in the past, that was all in the past. Now that Yao Lin had been captured, if it had been anyone else, they would have asked about the situation carefully instead of showing off their domineering arrogance. However, since Madame Rong acted this way, it wasn't Yang Kai's fault. So what if the old woman hit him? The great emperors of Serene Soul Palace wouldn't stand up for an old woman. They should be tracking down Yao Lin's whereabouts at this moment. Yang Kai stayed on Spirit Beast Island mainly because he was waiting for the people from Serene Soul Palace to come. Now that the matter was over, it was time to go home. He went to see Imo Huang again and bid him farewell. Only then did he step onto the space array under the escort of Li Wui, Imo Shaoqi, and Jiufeng. Shuttling through the void, his vision blurred and he appeared in the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. The disciple guarding the array noticed the abnormality and turned his head to look. After seeing Yang Kai, he immediately saluted. At the same time, someone sent a message to Hua Qingxi to report. Hua Qingxi had specifically instructed him to inform her as soon as Yang Kai returned. It couldn't be helped. This master of the palace was really elusive and rarely stayed in the High Heaven Palace. Moreover, he would be gone for several years or more. This time, it was still fine as he had only been gone for a little more than a year. The last time he went to the Lower Star Territory, he didn't show up for more than 10 years. Although Hua Qingxi was the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, she was still just a chief steward. There were many things that she needed to report to Yang Kai. It was Qiongqi's first time coming to the High Heaven Palace. However, he had learned that his young master had established a sect in the Northern Territory. Moreover, it was not small, and there were many experts in the sect. Now that he had finally arrived, he naturally wanted to take a look around. After informing Yang Kai, Qiongqi put his hands behind his back and leisurely toured the peaks of the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai naturally let him be and returned to his High Heaven peak. After tidying up a little, he raised his hand and let the little fatty Yang Xiao out. The little brat complained as soon as he appeared. "Adoptive father, why did you lock me up for so long?" The dragon race was indeed a dragon race. Previously, with the treatment of Yang Kai and the two wood spirits, Yang Zhao's injuries had healed in 2 to 3 days. However, when Yang Kai was on Spirit Beast Island, he didn't let him out as he was afraid that he would cause trouble. It was only when he returned to the High Heaven Palace that he was allowed to see the light of day again. "I am your adoptive father. I can do whatever I want to you. Why are you complaining so much?" Yang Kai snorted. Yang Zhao's eyes turned, and he smiled apologetically. "Adoptive father, please calm down. I was just saying." He looked around and asked, "Where is this place?" "The Northern Territory, the High Heaven Palace." Yang Xiao blinked, a blank look on his face. Yang Kai said again, "The High Heaven Palace is my sect. You will live here in the future. Remember to be obedient and don't cause trouble. Do you understand?" I understand. I understand. Yang Xiao nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. He looked at Yang Kai curiously and said, Adoptive father, you said that the High Heaven Palace is your sect. Are you the palace master here? That's right. Yang Kai nodded. Yang Xiao was overjoyed when he heard this and jumped 3 feet high. Wahahaha, then isn't this young master the young palace master here? After saying this, his face lit up. Adoptive father, how many people are there in the High Heaven Palace? How strong are they? This kid's ability to adapt was quite strong. After learning that Yang Kai was the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, he immediately added the word High Heaven Palace in front of the name. Obviously, he treated this place as his home. Speaking of which, Yang Kai and he were as close as father and son. The High Heaven Palace was Yang Kai's home, so it was naturally his home as well. You will know in the future. Why are you asking so much? Yang Kai reprimanded him with a straight face. After saying this, his expression changed and he looked outside. Hua Qingxi walked in with a worried expression. She glared at Yang Kai bitterly and bowed. Palace Master, Sister Hua. Yang Kai smiled. Hua Qingxi snorted and said, Palace Master, you are still willing to come back. Yang Kai sniffled and said, What are you saying? The High Heaven Palace is my home. How could I not come back? Hua Qingxi said, There were so many things to do with the Southern Territory's disciples' migration, but you just patted your butt and left. Now that everything has been settled, you actually came back. The Palace Master is really living a carefree life. Sister Hua is really envious. Yang Kai clenched his fists and coughed. Capable people are always busy. Also, I have something to take care of. Is there anything going on at the Orthodoxy Palace's branch sect? There are 3 Monster King guarding it. What could happen? What about the Northern Territory? Everything is normal. And that's good. Yang Kai laughed. It seems that our High Heaven Palace is thriving under Sister Hua's management. It doesn't make a difference whether I am here or not. Stop flattering me. I am going to say goodbye to you. Yang Kai was taken aback. Goodbye? Hua Qingxi sighed. If I continue to work like this, I'm afraid this Sister Hua will become old in a few years. I don't want to become like that too early. Saying so, she looked at Yang Kai with a smile. How could Yang Kai not know that she was just complaining to him and not really saying goodbye? But then again, Sister Hua was really tired. She had to take care of the basic necessities of the 100,000 disciples, the distribution of cultivation resources, the trade with the Northern Territory and the Southern Territory, and now there were all kinds of trivial matters at the Orthodoxy Palace's branch sect. One person's energy was limited. After Hua Qingxi broke through to the First Order Emperor realm, her cultivation had not increased until now because she had to deal with too many things. How could she have time to cultivate? Chapter 3364. Right now, the management of the High Heaven Palace had not yet matured. The strength of the 6 Monster Kings was enough, but they were Monster Kings after all. It was impossible to let them manage the High Heaven Palace. If they really did that, it would definitely be a mess. Right now, in the entire High Heaven Palace, the only one who could help her was the second chief steward, Bian Yuqing. Therefore, Hua Qingxi would probably have to maintain her current state for a long time. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt guilty. Hua Qingxi was also a cultivator. Naturally, she would pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Right now, she was distracted by so many trivial matters. It was really his fault. However, before he could open his mouth to speak, a crisp voice came from the side. This beautiful big sister, what's your name? Hua Qingxi turned her head to look, only to discover that there was another person in the hall. It was a white and tender little fatty with an innocent face. His eyelashes were long, and his face was pink and tender, as if he was carved from gold. She immediately exclaimed and reached out a hand to pinch Yang Zhao's face. She giggled and said, Where did this little guy come from? Yang Xiao allowed her to pinch his face and smiled even more happily. Big sister, you're so beautiful. Sister Hua, don't be fooled by this stinking brat's innocence. Yang Kai shouted in his heart. Unfortunately, all women like to hear this kind of praise. Hua Qingxi was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and laughed wildly. She pointed at Yang Xiao and said, "This little guy's mouth is really sweet." She turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Who is he?" "Palace Master. Where did you kidnap him from?" Yang Xiao giggled and said, "I'm father's son." Hua Qingxi's laughter suddenly stopped. Her pair of beautiful eyes widened. She looked at Yang Xiao, then looked at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to see if there was anything in common between the two. However, no matter how she looked, there was nothing in common between the two. Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat. "Foster father, foster son." Hua Qingxi exhaled and nodded. "I was wondering why he had such a big child in just a year. It turns out that he's an adopted son. If this was really his biological child, then the matter would be blown up. The palace master had 4 wives, and he hadn't had any children with the 4 wives yet. If he went out and had a child with someone else, how could that be? Foster father is also father. Father will always be this child's father," Yang Xiao said solemnly. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt relieved. Hua Qingxi also said, "This little guy really knows how to talk. What's his name?" Yang Xiao. Hua Qingxi's expression suddenly became strange. She wondered if this boy was really Yang Kai's biological son. Otherwise, how could they even have the same surname? If he was an adopted son, his surname shouldn't be Yang Kai. However, she didn't care about this matter. The one with a headache would only be Yang Kai. She pinched Yang Zhao's little face and said, "Good name. They all say that a tiger father won't have a dog son. Your foster father is a dragon among men. In the future, your achievements won't be too bad." Yang Xiao laughed and said, "If foster father is a dragon among men, then I will become a real dragon." Hua Qingxi praised, "Good ambition." However, she didn't know that Yang Xiao was really a dragon race. If she knew, she wouldn't know how she would feel. Changing the topic, Hua Qingxi said, "By the way, Palace Master, an old man has come to the palace. He has a ferocious look on his face and has been wandering around the various peaks. The disciples have asked him who he is. It is said that he came back with you." "Him. Qiongqi." Yang Kai casually replied. "Qiongqi." Hua Qingxi frowned. Such a strange name. Wait, Qiongqi? Hua Qingxi suddenly realized something. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment and said, "Palace Master, the Qiongqi you mentioned, is it a name or what?" Yang Kai smiled. "It's what you think." "Oh no." Hua Qingxi's face changed. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her strangely. Hua Qingxi's expression twitched. The disciples reported that the old man didn't look like a good person. "I sent a message to Monster King Xia to take a look. There shouldn't be any problems, right?" Yang Kai smiled. The Monster King lives in the savage, desolate, ancient lands all year round. They should be able to recognize Qiongqi's aura when facing several Saint Venerables, right? As he spoke, he was a bit uncertain. "Let's send a message to the Monster King." Hua Qingxi nodded and quickly took out a communication compass to contact Xia Wuwei. After a while, Hua Qingxi wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. "Monster King Xia is fine." "Fine?" Yang Kai was stunned. Hua Qingxi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Monster King Xia seemed to have said a few rude words, and then he was taught a lesson by Uncle Qiongqi. Now, Lu Yin and the other 2 Monster Kings have heard the news and are rushing over. That old man really knows how to cause trouble. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. On a lush mountain peak, Xia Wuwei stood awkwardly beside Qiongqi. Qiongqi had his hands behind his back and looked forward with interest. Before coming here, although he knew that the High Heaven Palace had a good foundation and that there were many experts, he didn't expect it to be this strong. There were 3 Monster King level existences, and there were many others in the Emperor realm. However, these people were nothing in his eyes. What he really cared about was standing in front of him at this moment. There was a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old, wearing a fiery red dress. The aura of the Holy Spirit. This little girl actually had the aura of the Holy Spirit flowing on her body, and it was the aura of the Phoenix clan. There was actually a phoenix in the High Heaven Palace? Although Qiongqi was sure that if they really fought, this little girl in front of him definitely wouldn't be his opponent. Both of their ages were obvious. He had been living in the era of the flowing time great emperors until now, and this girl was full of youthful vigor. Obviously, she hadn't reached her limit yet. A Phoenix clan, her future achievements would definitely be greater than his. Who are you? After looking at each other for a long time, Lu Yin opened her mouth and asked crisply. She also felt a strong pressure from this old guy in front of her. This was definitely one of the few strong enemies she had faced in her life. The last time she felt this kind of pressure was on Dragon Island. Xiongqi smiled slightly. Who is this little girl? Lu Yan's face darkened. I asked you first. Xiongqi laughed. You have to ask first? Xiaowei said, Miss Lu Yin, this is Xiongqi. I heard that he came back with the palace master. Xiongqi proudly clasped his hands behind his back. He originally wanted to see Lu Yan's reaction after hearing his name, but in the next instant, he saw Lu Yan's face blossom with a light of surprise. Master is back? Xiaowei nodded and said. The disciple guarding the spatial formation said that he saw the palace master. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Yin turned into a flame and disappeared from everyone's sight. Xiongqi's mouth twitched. He stared at Lu Yan's back and asked, the master that little girl mentioned. Is the palace master here, Yangkai? Xiaowei nodded and said, that's right. Is there a problem? Xiongqi's expression was very interesting. He thought to himself, what problem can there be? That guy is also my young master. He originally thought that it was really embarrassing for a dignified holy spirit to be forced to serve him as master, but now it seemed that the Phoenix clan called him master, so what was the point of him calling him young master? Moreover, many of the dragons on the Dragon Island were also very fond of him. He even had the dragon lady and adopted a dragon as his son. Compared to the dragons and phoenixes, a Qiongqi like him was really nothing. Lu Yin entered the palace and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Master. Yang Kai nodded at her. Lu Yin is here. I heard that you came back, so I came over. Lu Yin smiled sweetly and walked to Yang Kai's side and looked up at him. Yang Kai patted her head and asked, Did you see Qiongqi? Lu Yin nodded and said, I saw him. Did anything happen over there? No, it was just a small conflict. Since he was brought back by Master, then there's no problem. As she spoke, she suddenly sensed something and turned around, only to see Yang Xiao looking at her with wide eyes. They looked at each other, and Yang Xiao grinned at her. She couldn't help but frown. Who are you? Me? My name is Yang Xiao, Soaring Heavens. Yang Xiao quickly explained. Yang Kai smiled and said, This is my adopted son. He will live in High Heaven Palace from now on. Shower, this is Lu Yin. You can call her. Before she could finish, Yang Xiao cupped his hands and bowed. Shower greets big sister Lu Yin. He really has a sweet mouth. He calls everyone big sister and is humble and polite. He has a good upbringing. The corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up as she nodded lightly, ignoring Yang Xiao as she snuggled up to Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai didn't leave for long, there were so many people in the High Heaven Palace in the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory. Hua Qingxi naturally had a lot to report. In the hall, Hua Qingxi continued to talk, and Yang Kai asked a few questions from time to time. Gradually, he figured out the situation of the entire High Heaven Palace. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly said, Lu Yin, take Shower out for a walk. He will live here in the future. Let him familiarize himself with the environment first. The main reason was that Yang Xiao seemed to be very interested in Lu Yin. He kept walking around Lu Yin, looking for things to talk about, which distracted him a little. Yang Kai guessed that the little guy hadn't seen a child of his age since he was born, so he was very interested in Lu Yin. Okay. Lu Yin nodded and waved to Yang Xiao. Come with me. Yang Xiao immediately followed, smiling from ear to ear. Outside the hall, Yang Xiao followed Lu Yin like a tail and asked sweetly, Big sister Lu Yin, where are we going now? Lu Yin tilted her head and looked at him, revealing a faint smile. I'll take you around. Okay. Yang Xiao kept nodding. Obviously, he didn't have any objections. Just as Yang Kai thought, he really hadn't met a child of his age since he was born. Now that he suddenly met one, he naturally wanted to get close to the other party. Yang Xiao followed Lu Yin to tour the mountains and rivers all the way. He felt that this place was much more fun than the Dragon Island. Not to mention the excitement, He also had a playmate to accompany him. He thought that it was a wise choice to follow his adoptive father. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.